Development environmental impacts study monitoring that is going to be, as I understand, a new process that we're going to be undertaking and picking subdivisions to review the environmental impact study. So I really want to thank staff for bringing this forward, and we'll see as we move forward with this monitoring program how that is going to come about. So thank you for letting me speak to it.
Any other comments on any of the consent matters? Councillor Lehman.
Thank you. I have a couple of brief questions on 2.5 and then a comment on 213. 2.5 through you, Chair, to staff. This is a great tool that I hope that developers will take advantage of to create more affordable housing. Just have a question regarding interest rates and covenants. What interest rates will be looking? Will it be case by case depending on the applicant? Kind of maybe in relation to, commercial rates that are currently provided. And secondly, what covenants or collateral will be looking at? Will there be consistent, I guess, with other financial institutions in their lending for commercial and residential projects? Thank you.
Can somebody from staff take that one on? Sorry, is someone from staff able to answer that question?
Yes, sorry, through the chair, this is Graham Bailey. I can start with the first question about the interest rate. Right now we are looking, it would be on a case-by-case basis. I know in the agreement, it does talk about the interest rate for the penalty of default, which has been set at 8%, I believe. I'm just trying to double check here. And that was chosen to be consistent with the interest rates used by the HDC in their contribution agreements. As the loans themselves are interest free, and that interest would be forgiven if they do not default on the loan. But we do calculate interest as a penalty in case they do default. As for the second question, I'm just trying to just check for the councillor.
Hi, this is Britt O'Hagan speaking through the chair. Can we just get a bit of clarification on the second question? Was it how we ensure that the money is paid back?
Go ahead, councillor, maybe you can.
Through you, Chair, yeah, just, what covenants and collateral that we would have, to cover us in event of default.
So through the chair, as with our other loan programs, we do have the ability to put a lien on title, and there is the ability to collect money through property taxes or other means like that if there isn't the repayment of the loans or if they do go into default.
Go ahead, councillor.
And I apologize for my unsophistication in this area. Would we have first lien, before any other banks or any other lending institutions on the property?
Go ahead and answer.
This is Graham Bailey again. We would generally not be in first position for this loan. Likely if there's a CMHC contribution agreement, it would be ahead of us. And we do have the ability to postpone our lien in favor of mortgages and charges if some certain criteria are met, such as how much equity is in the property, but generally we would not be in first position.
Through your chair. So I imagine that due diligence is done and not automatic acceptance on all applications because there is some risk as we're not first in line on default. Is that correct?
Through the chair, correct. There is a formal application process where all the applications are reviewed. There is a due diligence. We do check into the applicant, and that all does occur before a loan commitment is issued and the loan itself is granted, or sorry, issued.
Okay, thank you. Just a quick comment on 213. Good to see turnaround continues under 48 hours, despite being up twice as much as same period last year. Continue to urge our permit division guys and girls to continue to work, strive as quick as possible on turnaround despite, the heavy workload. I understand that, but I know from a builder's perspective, they appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments on the consent items? They've been moved and seconded. There being none, I will call the vote on the consent items.
Chair, this is the mayor. As I sign into the e-scribe, I will vote yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
Moving on now to the scheduled item. The first matter is a public participation meeting, and it is the Downtown Community Improvement Plan Performance Measures and Indicators of Success, item 3.1. Could I have a mover and seconder to open the public participation meeting? Moved by Councillor Hopkins, seconded by the mayor. Any comments? I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
So we'll move to the staff presentation. Go ahead.
Hello, it's Graham Bailey again. Good afternoon. So I'll just do a brief presentation on file 09286 to amend the Downtown Community Improvement Plan. So the purpose of the amendment is to add an appendix to the Downtown Community Improvement Plan to introduce performance measures, indicators of success, and the related targets. This appendix will help manage the loan and grant programs that are currently available through the Downtown Community Improvement Plan. Those four programs are the Rehabilitation and Redevelopment Tax Grant, the Residential Development Charges Grant, the Facade Improvement Loan, and the Upgrade to Building Code Loan. The appendix will also establish a formal framework for reviewing the loan and grant programs. It'll help better determine if the loan and grant programs are being successful in achieving the objectives of the Downtown Community Improvement Plan and the London Plan. And it'll also assist civic administration when making recommendations to municipal council on future changes to the programs, including when to reduce funding and or discontinue or amend the programs. A bit of background on how we got here. The idea to add measures, indicators, and targets to each community improvement plan was introduced during the 2017 Comprehensive CIP Service Review. Approximately 3 years of data collection was undertaken to help inform the draft measures, indicators, and targets. And those draft measures, indicators, and targets were introduced at the November 16th, 2020 PEC meeting, and then they were circulated to the public for feedback. Also, prior to circulation, staff met with some representatives of the development industry and the Downtown BIA to discuss the project and gather input. So after the circulation period, we received some comments, but in the end, the measures, indicators, and targets remain the same as they were during the draft from November. Residential population and assessment value are the two measures for the two grant programs, with residential population being the primary measure. Building facade condition, percentage of targeted uses on the ground floor, a healthy ground floor vacancy rate, private sector investment generated by offering public sector loans for building improvements, also what we call the ratio, as well as the number of loans issued per year and their value are the measures for the two loan programs. So taken all together, these measures and indicators and their related targets provide staff with that formal framework for measuring the success of the financial incentive programs and for making future recommendations to council on changing these programs. And the recommendation is to add the appendix to the community improvement plan that sets out those measures, indicators of success and targets for the 4 financial incentive programs. Thank you. That's my brief presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Any technical questions only from the committee? There being none, I do not believe, at least from what I'm understanding, that there are any delegations, but I'll going to check that, see if anyone is online or anyone is in either of the rooms to speak to the downtown community improvement plan. Am I right then that there are none?
Mr. Chair, it's Kathy Saunders.
Yep.
There's no one remotely joining us regarding that.
And I don't see anyone in the breakout rooms. So I now need a motion to close the public participation meeting, moved by Councillor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Hopkins. Unless there's something further, I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion.
Can we go to comments at the same time? That would be fine. Councillor Lewis, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll just be brief. I think this is a good update to these CIPs. I think it's very important that we have performance metrics included, particularly when we're talking about grant programs, so that we know that the money that's going out the door is having an impact in the community in a meaningful way. And I know that certainly, particularly this year with the pandemic, it's going to be hard to get a good measurement on how impactful they will be in 2020 and 2021, but there is a need there. So I'm glad to see that we've got some metrics put in place to start evaluating for the next multi-year budget phase.
Does that mean you're prepared to move the recommendation, Councillor?
That does mean I am prepared to move that. And
could someone second, please? If they're prepared to, Councillor Lehman seconding it. So it's on the floor now, and if we could just carry on with questions and comments. Councillor Lehman?
Just through you, Chair, to staff, when will we be getting a report on how things are being met with the metrics provided?
Go ahead, staff.
Yep, through the chair, the next comprehensive CIP service review is scheduled for, well, to be before you prior to 2024. So sometime probably in 2023, that would come forward. If you're looking for something sooner than that, we'd probably need some direction from you to undertake that. Thank you.
Anything further, Councillor?
Yeah, it's quite a way. That's the next term of council. I understand what Councillor Lewis said during 2020. It'll be tough because of COVID. But at some point, you know, I think we'd like to see a report. Yeah, I'll just refrain from comments right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions? There being none, matter's been moved and seconded, so I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
If we could keep up this pace, committee, we'll be in good stead. Pushing anyone, but we do have a full agenda, so that's great. Next matter is item 3.2 on the agenda, which is a public participation meeting with regard to the Old East Village Community Improvement Plan, performance measures and indicators of success. If someone could move opening of the public participation meeting, Councillor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Lehman. Unless there's anything further, I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
And if I could just ask for the staff presentation to go ahead, that would be great.
Good afternoon, it's Mr. Bailey again. So this is for file 09285. It's going to be a few minutes ago, so I don't know if you want the whole presentation just for the sake of the recording, but if not, just let me know. So the purpose of this file is to add an append.
Sorry, go ahead and make it the shorter version unless somebody.
Okay, sure. So, sure, no problem. We'll keep up the quick pace. So it is, the purpose is to add an appendix to the Oldies Village Community Improvement Plan this time. That's, again, for the same kind of ideas, to help manage the loan and grant programs and for the formal framework of reviewing them and providing council with some direction on changes. This time there was a difference between the draft that was circulated in November and the final. It was only one small circulation. We had a further discussion with the Oldies Village BIA, and they asked us to take another look at our residential population targets for the 2 grant programs. And we went back and did that. And we decided, after consulting with them and taking another look at the numbers and the development opportunities that are going on in the Oldies Village, we decided to increase the population slightly because of those recently completed development projects and the upcoming ones. We increased the residential population target, but everything else remains the same as I just spoke about. The measures are the residential population, the assessment value, building facade condition, percentage of targeted uses, healthy ground floor vacancy rate, private sector investment generated by offering public sector loans, and then the number of loans issued per year. So again, the recommendation is to add that appendix to the CIP, and that's it. So thank you, and happy again to answer any questions you might have.
Technical questions from the committee? Councillor Hopkins?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is regarding boundaries. How are they established, the CIP boundaries? What's that process that we undertake look like?
Sure, I'll take again, through the chair, it's Mr. Bailey. I'll take a first stab at it, and anyone else can chime in if they want. So generally, it starts with a study area is often picked by staff. I'm just thinking back to my days of when I did the more recent Hamilton Road Community Improvement Plan. Staff, we decided on a boundary that we thought was appropriate, and then we took that out to the community for feedback. And in this case of the Hamilton Road one, for example, we determined that it was actually a good idea to add a little bit more of Hamilton Road into that CIP through the public consultation. If you're more thinking about how the Oldies Village Community Improvement Plan was selected, that was back in, I believe, 2004. It was primarily focused along, the original boundaries primarily focused along the Dundas Street corridor between Adelaide and I believe Egerton, and then in 2005 it was expanded to Charlotte Street along Dundas. Again, that's a public process. There's a planning act. It's a public participation meeting. There's circulation. It would be considered an amendment to the official plan, or to the community improvement plan and to the community improvement project area. So there's a formal public process that would have to happen.
Thank you for that. I think that's good information to have when it comes to boundaries. That public process has to be followed, I guess, and we've just more or less established these CIPs, say within the past 10 years. If there was a reason to change the boundaries, would that come from the public? How would that look like?
Through the chair, it could come from the public. There's definitely been interest from the public anytime a file like this comes before committee and council. If that's the case, I think staff would likely need direction from council to undertake that study. We could also look at it during the comprehensive CIP reviews that we do periodically to help inform multi-year budget. So that would be another option to undertake a study.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you. Any other technical questions? There being none, then I will go to the public. Is there anyone online or in either of the rooms who wishes to speak to this matter?
Mr. Chair, it's Kathy Saunders. I just let Valerian Morocco in.
All right. Hello?
Good afternoon.
Go ahead.
We're looking, can you hear me?
I can, this is the chair, Phil Squire, and just so you know, we have, you have 5 minutes to speak, so go ahead.
Yes, reviewing the document, it's a great program. As a property owner, the London Cross Cultural Learner Center, we didn't know about the program for the facade. So participation in the program could be improved if better advertising of the existing programs would be including somehow in the performance measures of the program. Because some of the people like us, we might have considered, but we didn't know about it. So that's the only comment I have.
All right, I think that's a fair comment, and perhaps staff could either reply now or indicate you'll consider some advertising of these programs.
Through the chair, I can just give a quick comment. We do try to advertise. In Old East Village, we do work closely with the BIA. They're our partners in this, and they help us a great deal get the word out to the the business owners and the property owners in their area. We also try to get brochures and those kinds of things into like the building division, so people know if they go in for a permit, it's available. But a good idea would maybe be a mail out or something like that, to all the property owners and tenants along in Old East Village or some of the other community improvement project areas, to just let them know that these are available.
Yeah, and I think your point's well taken for the gentleman, that the Business Improvement Association is always a good source of everything that's going on in your area. So that's a good place to get information. Thank you very much for your question. Anybody else wishing to speak? It appears not, so I'll need a motion to close the public participation meeting, moved by Councillor Hopkins, seconded by Councillor Lewis. Any further comments? Then I'll call the vote on that.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
So committee, it's in your hands. You can move the recommendation. It's similar to the last matter, and any comments would be welcome. Councillor Lewis?
The staff recommendation.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? I'm sorry, who? Who are you pointing at? Oh, Councillor Hillier wants to second it, yeah. I thought he was giving me the peace sign. I'm sorry.
Sorry, Councillor Helmer is on the meeting.
All right. Councillor Helmer, did you wish to comment on this matter? You're the councillor for the ward. Go ahead.
Thanks very much. Thanks for recognizing me at the committee. I did have a question. It's related to what Councillor Hopkins was asking about. As you'll see, there's several inquiries about expanding the boundary to include more properties. One from York that was just talking about bringing the boundary west across Adelaide, and another one which is from a longtime property owner, Arch Suritis, who has the properties kind of in on King and Rectory, which have not been included in the community improvement plan area for a long time. And I just wondered if I could ask through the chair to planning staff, if you could describe the evolution of the CIP area in a bit more detail. If you want me to weigh in on it, I'm happy to, but it's a great thing that people want to get their properties included. We did expand the boundary not that long ago to include a lot more properties. But this is a bit of a historical artifact. It used to be all along Dundas, and it's really just the few properties on King that have been included more recently. So I wonder if staff could just respond to that, of properties at King and Rectory in particular, why they're not in the other side of the boundary.
Great. Staff, could you respond to that, please?
Yeah, through the chair, I'll give it a shot. So yeah, just to go back, I guess in 2004 is when the original boundary was set, mostly along Dundas Street. And then, as I mentioned, in 2005, it was expanded a bit more easterly to Charlotte. And then I believe it was in 2008 is when it went more south of King Street down, or south of Dundas Street to King Street, between Lyle and Hewitt. And that would be to capture, which is now the Medallion, I believe the 3 residential towers there constructed by Medallion. Since 2008, I do not think it's been looked at again, the boundary. Somebody with a bit more time at the city may be able to chime in and speak to that as why it hasn't been, but I don't think we've actually looked at the boundary since that expansion in 2008, but I'll ask maybe Mr. Barrett or somebody who's been around a little longer than I have to chime in.
Mr. Barrett, did you want to weigh in on this?
Well, through the chair, I don't have much to add. I do recall, though, that the northern boundary was very much set by the limits of the residential neighborhood to the north. The primary focus of this CIP program in the Old East Village focused on the Old East Village businesses, and it was first initiated by the BIA, who has an even much smaller area even than the first boundary. But the whole focus of the community improvement plan and the associated programs have been business support. So it's focused on the business corridor, and Dundas Street formed the backbone of that business corridor, which is, I think, the strongest reason as to why it's maintained that focus through time. The councillor might even have more knowledge on it than me in the more recent past, but that's the thinking from the original boundaries.
Thank you. Councillor Helmer, back to you.
Just a brief comment. I committed to Mr. Storitis that I'd ask the question. He wasn't able to be here tonight. Hopefully that's helpful to him. I will say, King Street, when the CIP area was first brought in, King Street was primarily residential. And now it's a rapid transit corridor, and we're going to see a lot of redevelopment all along King Street. I do think a boundary adjustment in the future is probably going to make sense to bring some of those properties that are residential now into the CIP area, but this is not the time to do it. I think we have to have a future discussion about that. I think having it lined up with the regular review of the CIP programs makes sense. And I'm glad to see York interested in developing something just west of Adelaide. I think that might make sense as well. So I think we can deal with that at the appropriate time and not rush the CIP adjustment. I really appreciate committee's support of the measures. I think they're going in the right direction, and it's important that we track the success of these programs.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Any further comments from the committee about the matter at hand? Councillor Hopkins?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to move the motion. And obviously, it's been mentioned a number of times here that Matrix is important to assist staff when measuring success of the loans. I do want to thank the resident for coming out and making a comment around getting the information out on the loan program, in particular the facade program, and how important that is. I have found in my ward, I have a CIP in Lambeth, and I have numerous times been very surprised that businesses are not aware of the loan program. So I would encourage staff to sort of look at how we do that advertisement and promotion, but happy to move the report.
Thank you. I think Councillor Lewis moved it, so you can second it, Councillor Hopkins. Is that fine?
Pleased to do so.
All right. Any further comments or questions, Councillor Lehman?
Following up on Councillor Hopkins, direct mail is great. However, I would encourage staff to make it as user-friendly as possible. I've been on the receiving end of communication from City Hall, and sometimes it's very technical, and it can get lost in the shuffle before businesses really absorb it. So when designing your communication, you might want to go to more user-friendly and save the technical stuff for the follow-up when businesses and residents, developers reach out to you.
All right. Anything further, committee? There not being anything, we will call the question.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
Next matter is item 2, which is a public participation meeting with regard to 1414 Dundas Street. And I will need someone to move and second opening the public participation meeting. Moved by Councillor Lewis, seconded by someone, I'm hoping, Mayor Holder. Unless there's just something else, I'll call the question.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
I'll go ahead with the staff presentation, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's Elena Riley here, Senior Planner in Current Planning. First of all, before my presentation, I would just like to note that there has been an amendment to the bylaw, changing the lingo, the wording.
It looks like we've lost someone. Is there someone else can present this matter, or what's?
I apologize. I was muted the whole time.
No, we heard the first little bit, and then you were muted. So go ahead.
Okay, so I am back. Sorry. I'm not sure if you heard the part about the amendment to the zoning, the bylaw itself.
Yes, we did hear that.
Okay, great. So moving forward, I do have quite the presentation. I can shorten it if you so please, or I can do my full presentation.
How long is your presentation?
I'm going to say about 10 minutes.
10 minutes should be fine.
Okay. I did provide an on-screen PowerPoint. I don't know if that's up. I don't see it. So anyways, I'm just going to move forward with regards to the timing. So this is for 1414 Dundas Street. It is an application for a zoning bylaw amendment. The subject site is located on the north side of Dundas Street, east of Highbury Ave. It's west of the CN Rail Corridor and is part of the London Psychiatric Hospital lands, which is part of the secondary plan there. The lands are irregular in shape and currently have a few buildings on site that were used for the London Lawn Bowling Club. And the site does have a lot frontage of approximately 75 meters and a lot area of approximately 4.23 hectares. To the west of this site, there's a Treat LA. I think everyone has driven down that in the past, which is a designated heritage feature. It was once the former internal driveway, as I mentioned, for the LPH lands. On the east portion of the property, along with the CN Rail Corridor, there's a small, I would like to note there is a small portion of wetland that's noted in the official plan. And completely surrounding the uses, we have the CP rail to the north, and again, the LPH lands to the north, the east, CN Rail, and commercial to the south, commercial, and then again, as mentioned, to the west, the London Psychiatric Treat LA. In 2011, this is when the London Psychiatric Hospital secondary plan was created, and it was an initiative to establish a vision, principles, and policies for the evolution of these lands. And during that time, the subject lands were designated transit-oriented corridor, and a portion of them also open space. Looking at the London plan, the two place types, there's urban corridor place type and green space place type. Looking at the 1989 official plan, it is multifamily medium density residential, and as well, it has some open space. And as mentioned, the LPH secondary plan has designated this transit-oriented corridor with some open space. And the zoning is currently a regional facility and commercial recreation. So the proposal that's brought forward is for a one-story building for the Humane Society administration offices, kennels for housing and caring for the animals, with some open space and outdoor activity for the animals, along with areas of the building that are to be open to the public, because in the future they'd like to have some students come through and look at the facility, etc. The access is proposed directly off of Dundas Street. So looking at the PPS, staff have taken into consideration the PPS. And with regards to the requirements of the provision for employment uses, including commercial, the proposed development adds to this mix of existing and planned uses within these lands, the LPH lands and surrounding area. The proposal for the new commercial is compatible with surrounding areas and is transit supportive, and therefore meets the intent of the PPS. I had some more PPS policies, but I think due to time, I'm just gonna shrink those down. I should just make a big overall comment that this application does meet the it is consistent with the PPS. So looking at the policies in the London Plan and the 1980 official plan, looking at use, the subject lands are located within the urban corridor place type in the green space as mentioned. So for the London Plan, the requested kennel would be, and offices, accessory offices would be considered to be permitted use in conjunction with the proposed other accessory uses. The LPH secondary plan does permit the proposed development, and therefore staff are satisfied that it meets the intent with regards to use. Looking at intensity, the standard minimum height within the urban corridor place type is 2 stories and maximum height is 4 stories with bonusing. However, the height and the scale of the 1-story building is generally consistent with the existing 1-story commercial and buildings along the portion of Dundas Street, and is also specifically permitted in the London secondary plan. So the 1-story is permitted within the London secondary plan. So there were no special provisions that were requested from the applicant. However, staff are recommending one which does recognize the existing lot frontage, or lot front yard setback, and 2 additional regulations with regards to the LPH secondary plan, design and cultural heritage policies. This does not affect the proposed development's appropriateness in its context from a compatibility and intensity perspective. The proposed development is a suitable intensity for the site and is consistent with the London Plan and official plan. And then I'm just going to go into form, and this is where staff have really looked at the specific policies right down to each specific policy in the London Psychiatric Hospital secondary plan. With regards to form, the proposed development estimated does not conform to the form and urban design policies found within the council approved secondary plan. It does note that any development adjacent to the treat LA shall be oriented to the LA. It also notes that the frontage of buildings located on Dundas Street shall be designed to be oriented towards Dundas Street. So staff are satisfied that the policy speaks to the orientation towards Dundas Street, and that has been addressed. The intent to locate the building towards Dundas Street with a strong street edge of 36.5 meters is appropriate and will allow the building to be parallel along this corridor. We have included in our recommendation that a special provision for a maximum front yard setback of this has been recommended to ensure that the setback is adhered to. A specific policy that I'm quoting: on-site surface or structure parking is not permitted between the building line and the property line adjacent to the cultural heritage landscaped area. So these policies are clear that the building is to be oriented to the treat LA with absolutely no parking between them. Therefore, looking at this policy and to implement this policy, staff are recommending a special provision as well, that no parking be permitted between the treat LA and any building. I'm just going to quickly touch on 3 other points that were noted in my report. Looking at the report, there was a section on natural heritage, and I did want to note that there is that unevaluated wetland that is in the official plan. The proposed development does indicate the 30-meter buffer from this, and the applicant and Parks Planning are still having conversations about this, and the rest will be determined through the site plan approval process. A heritage impact assessment was prepared to assess the impact of the development on the adjacent heritage feature, which is the treat LA. The study and the proposed development was considered by heritage staff, and heritage staff have concluded that the heritage impact assessment was sufficient with its proposed mitigative measures. However, these have been also incorporated into the recommendation to ensure that these are dealt with through the site plan approval process. Transportation, the transportation impact study was conducted, and transportation has accepted this study, has advised there is no concerns. Any outstanding issues will be dealt with through the site plan approval process, and they have noted that rapid transit service isn't anticipated to run along King Street from the downtown to Ontario Street, then proceed along Dundas Street. So taking all of the policies, relevant policies into consideration, specifically, as I noted, the London Psychiatric Hospital Secondary Plan policies, staff are recommending that the proposed zoning as requested by the application, with the exception of us adding some special provisions in, the recommended zoning bylaw amendment is appropriate and desirable for the subject lands and represents sound land use planning. Thank you.
Just to clarify before we go to technical questions, am I right then from listening to you that the one issue that remains outstanding for the committee today is the parking lot adjacent to the Tree LA that staff is not endorsing?
So there's the 3 special provisions that we are putting forth. There's specific policies with orientation to the building along Dundas Street, noting that the property is kind of an irregular shape, that it's got the CN rail running along it. They are satisfied that the applicant has provided to the best they can to meet this policy. That is why we're including the 36.5 meter front yard setback, just to make sure that they don't go farther setback, because we know, looking at their layout, that they can come up that close, if that makes sense. The second provision is we are including no parking between the Treat LA and any building, because it's very specific in the psychiatric secondary plan, London Psychiatric Secondary Plan, that policy states there is to be absolutely no parking between the building and the Treat LA, which is a cultural heritage feature. And then the last one is the applicant has provided a lovely landscaped scaping area along the Treat LA. Looking at the London Psychiatric Hospital Land Secondary Plan, it does have a specific policy in there that requires a 5 meter. So staff have also recommended in our special provisions that that 5 meter at least be there.
All right, so that'll enable the applicant to know, hopefully, the issues they have to address in their presentation. So thank you. Any technical questions, committee? Sorry, I just thought I would clarify what the issues were. There being none, then we will go to the public. Is the applicant here to make a presentation? I know there are some representatives. Mr. Campbell?
Hello, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me? It's Matt Campbell here.
I can't hear you now. Did you listen to the earlier part of the meeting?
Yes, I did hear the staff presentation.
Great. So hopefully you can direct yourself to the issues at hand. We understand what the building is and what staff agrees on. Hopefully you can direct yourself to the areas of difference. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair and members of the Planning Committee. My name is Matt Campbell from Zelenka Priamo, and with us today in our meeting, we have Steve Ryle of the Humane Society, as well as Tom Genovic from SBM. So we can answer any questions that the committee may have. So the first thing to keep in mind with this proposal is that this is a highly desirable use for the City of London. We think this is a wonderful thing. And in terms of planning, this is one of these feel-good projects that everyone loves to see. And we're very excited to bring this to the floor of Planning Committee. Now, we'll get right to the chase. The issue at hand is the policy which speaks to parking between the building line and lands adjacent to the Treat LA. And we did provide a letter that I believe was circulated to committee members that offers our interpretation for how this proposal is consistent with that policy. Now, I believe the comment from staff was that there is absolutely no parking allowed in that location. We disagree with the assessment there, because the actual policy makes reference to parking adjacent to the heritage, cultural heritage landscape area, which is that Treat LA. Now, we are proposing a fairly wide landscape strip there, 10 meters, which is well in excess of what otherwise would be permitted, or not permitted, proposed. And that feature allows us to have this interpretation that the parking is far enough away from that feature that we can comply with that policy. The other thing to keep in mind here is when we're talking about addressing this policy, is that this is a highly unique site. This is a highly unique use with very, very specific goals in terms of site layout. And if time permits, I'm sure Steve from the Humane Society can elaborate, but in simple terms, what we need to do with this site is ensure that there is spatial separation between the publicly accessible areas, which would be the parking area and front doors, and the private areas and animal care areas. I know the Humane Society has had issues with people trespassing, trying to get animals back when they really shouldn't, as well as people just wandering into animal care areas. And the proposed design of this site speaks specifically to addressing those functional needs. And that's why when staff originally brought this to our attention, we looked at different arrangements for this site and concluded that unfortunately, this site cannot be configured in a way that staff were suggesting and also meet the unique functional requirements of the Humane Society. When we're talking about the treed alley, I think it's also important to note that the comments from heritage planning staff were in agreement with it. And we're also in agreement with the heritage impact assessment that we submitted along with the application, demonstrating that they were satisfied that the cultural heritage feature would be protected. Now, we provided the letter for the committee's consideration, and we certainly would request that the committee endorse a amended zoning bylaw that would be brought forward. So that specifically would be to amend, I understand there is the amendment to Roman numeral 1, which I believe Alana already mentioned. And we're also requesting that Roman numeral 2 to that bylaw be removed entirely. If we have a little bit of time, I will invite Steve to say a few words about how the Humane Society is excited to be on these lands and prospects for moving forward.
You have 1 minute left.
Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. It's Steve Ryle, the Executive Director of the Humane Society London and Middlesex. The Humane Society has been in the community for over 120 years now, sitting on a site that's just under 1 acre and 9,000 square feet. The new facility will move us to a 37,000 square feet, 11-acre property that will allow us to really fulfill the requirement for animal welfare in today's standards. One thing I want to really push is that we're not just building a shelter here, we're building a community center. This community center will offer the opportunity for kids camps in the summertime, school programs during the school year. There's a large public event hall that will be rentable and also used for, that rehabilitation of older animals during the day where they can actually get around and move around a little bit. With our winters, that's made it sure tough over the years. The education center will be also an opportunity for groups, local groups, to meet in and have different meeting rooms at different times of the day, and really just a neighborhood regeneration program here. The public support has been huge, and if I talk about the layout of the building, I've been to 29 humane societies and shelters across North America in the last 2 years, and it's built for that and designed in that way. For our partnerships and our agreements with provincial animal welfare services and the London Police Services, the building and the layout provides an excellent opportunity to protect those animals from the general public and also from the general public from them in certain situations. And so that eastern portion of the property would be fully fenced with runs inside of it that the animals would be able to use as well as trails and trees.
Mr. Ryle, you're running up close to 6 minutes. I'm trying to indulge you a little bit, but if you could wrap up, that would be great.
I'm good and appreciate the extra minute. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other public presentations that we're aware of in either of the rooms or online? I wasn't aware of any. Does not appear so. So I just need a motion to close the public participation meeting, moved by Councillor Lehman, seconded by Councillor Lewis. Unless there's something else, I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
Committee, I'll turn it over to you. you have for staff or the applicant, and then you can also make comments. Go ahead, Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to start through you with just one question to the applicant, and the representative, actually, Mr. Campbell. And I'm just trying to catch up here to make sure I'm looking at the right Roman numerals he referred to that are the points of contention. I recognize that one is with regard to the parking. I'm wondering if he can just clarify, is the other one with regard to the front yard setback and what the issue he believes is with that? Because that's, I think, the two he's talking about, but I want to be sure.
Go ahead, sir.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Lewis, it's Matt Campbell here again. That is correct. I was referring firstly to Roman numeral 1, which on the staff report that is appended to today's agenda makes reference to a lot frontage, whereas it should have been a maximum front yard setback. I believe that was just an error. And I believe Ms. Riley mentioned that that is corrected, although I have not seen a new draft bylaw. The item that is most contentious that we were just discussing is Roman numeral 2. And that is the one that we are requesting be removed as an amendment to the bylaw.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I recognize that a revised bylaw language has been circulated, but I want to focus on the report and the recommendation in the report, and then staff can address the bylaw and any language changes that need to be tidied up there as they will. So I'm going to just start and get a motion on the floor and then discuss the reasoning behind my motion. So I'm going to move an amended recommendation that deletes the special provision prohibiting parking from this and recommend that the application be approved without that special provision in it.
All right. Do you have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Lehman is seconding it, so there, that motion is on the floor. So you can proceed to speak to that motion, Councillor. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This was a really frustrating application report for me to read through. You know, the London Psychiatric Hospital Secondary Plan, it says right in the purpose is to establish vision, principles, and policies. And frankly, I think that we're missing the vision piece in the recommendation that was going to prohibit parking and really making a strict interpretation of the letter rather than the spirit of the plan. And I actually agree with the applicant that the 10-meter landscape buffer they're providing does provide a break between the tree alley and the parking. And so there is a buffer there. And frankly, as someone who lives in this part of the city, it's a problem for me when I read that the tree alley is to remain a focal point for the community, because with all due respect, it has not been a focal point for a long, long time. It's hard to remain one when you're not one. And I say this with all due respect to Ms. Riley, because I know that this is from the secondary plan and this isn't her language, that this is just something that has been shared from the plan. But it's not helpful when I read editorialized comments like the LA forms a magnificent vista to the north. Magnificent, first of all, is subjective to the individual. And what we have there today is definitely not magnificent. In fact, it's a bit of an eyesore in the location, and it can actually attract some bad behavior. One of the best ways to address that is feet on the street sort of approaches, which the Humane Society development is going to foster. Imposing a special provision around parking on this weird, I'm going to call it a weird piece of land, because it really is awkward. You're sandwiched between two rail lines, a wetland, and a tree alley with only one point of entry that you can safely access from Dundas Street because of the rail lines. And that's vehicle traffic on a 4-lane artery. So if we say no to this, I think we're going to accomplish one thing and one thing only. We're going to ensure that this land sits undeveloped for more years or perhaps decades. We've got support from the Argyle BIA expressed on this. We've got support from the next door neighbors at Warehouse guys on this. There's a good community partner here who hasn't asked the city for a nickel in funding for a badly needed relocation. And it's an applicant that I think we have to recognize has a real unique set of needs for safe dog run access and animal care, for delivery access, and for public access that simply can't move a parking lot based on how the entrance from Dundas Street is going to go. All the other elements in the report praise the development. You know, it notes the unique rhythm of at-grade openings, the use of canopies, and the transition in scale being appropriate for this part of London. It also describes the fact that this is along an auto-oriented corridor, so parking is needed. And a limited activation of the streetscape and an underwhelming pedestrian experience, I think, is absolutely accurate in this location. But I also noted that the tree inventory and the tree protection plan was submitted and was accepted by staff without issue on this. So we're not putting the trees in the LA or the trees on the property at risk. I believe a couple of trees on the property itself may have to be removed, but that was noted in the report. So to me, this comes down to a really simple scenario. Either we approve this, recognizing that what we have right there now is vacant land that's an eyesore. In fact, I've got a note, Mr. Chair. Currently, there is parking adjacent to the Tree LA from the old lawn bowling club. When it was a provincial piece of land that was being utilized by the lawn bowling club, parking did happen there. So we actually have what is sort of a legal non-conforming situation already. I think that there's a good opportunity for the LA as the developer creates the residential properties in behind for that to come back to some form of life. But I think having the Humane Society there will only enhance it. So I'm encouraging colleagues to support this motion that's on the floor.
All right. Any other comments with regard to the motion that is now on the floor to amend the original motion? Councillor Hopkins?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not seeing the motion, I understand we're deleting a provision to prohibit parking in our policy. Is that the motion in front of us? And if it is, I'd like to see it, but I would.
We'll make sure you see it, but my understanding is that there's the issue is parking adjacent to the Tree LA. Okay. And what staff is saying, you can't have parking adjacent to the Tree LA, and Councillor Lewis is trying to remove that prohibition. So that's what it is.
Thank you for that clarification. So through you, Mr. Chair, to staff, trying to get a better understanding of the LPH secondary plan and how it works. I'd like to have a better understanding about what our policies are. And through you to staff, if we were going to change the policy in the plan, what would be the process like?
Just to be clear, I don't think we're changing the policy. What we're not doing that. We're just allowing this to occur. We're not asking for that. Councillor Lewis, you go ahead.
You actually, as
a I'm sorry, do you want someone else to explain that for you, or staff? I don't want to interrupt.
I do have the floor.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I would like to ask staff, can we make these changes? Through you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask staff if these, if we make these changes, what will be the ramifications to the plan?
Thank you very much. Go ahead, staff.
Mr. Chair, it's Michael Tomazinczyk speaking here, and thanks for the opportunity to answer the question. So, Mr. Chair, you've heard the interpretation of staff of that policy, and you've also heard the interpretation of the applicant's planner. And council has the ability to prefer one opinion over the other. To answer Councillor Hopkins' question, the way I understand it is the changes to the bylaw, but not the policy. And so clause 2 of the bylaw that prohibits parking between the building and the property line would be removed, and you would rely on the applicant's planner for that interpretation of the policy.
Thank you for that. And just as a follow-up question to that, I understand this still needs to be developed. Are we setting a precedent in any way if we make changes to the bylaw?
Go ahead, Mr. Thomasinski.
It would certainly open up a different interpretation than the staff had, so it is possible, but it would also depend on, it would be crystal balling on the type of application that would come in the future, and that's not to say that another application like this would come. Given the unique dimensions of the site, it is possible that we might not see another one like this, but of course, that's all speculation. One thing I should just getting back to my first question, just to be clear though, it might be better for council, should you choose to support parking between the Treat LA and the building face, to actually include that as a clause. So rather than just delete clause 2, actually specify that parking is permitted, just to be clear.
Thank you very much. I don't think, I'm looking at the mover and seconder, I don't think they would they have a problem with that? Councillor Lewis?
Yeah, I would have no problem if it's staff's advice to say parking is permitted for this application rather than deleting the clause. I think both accomplish what I'm trying to do, and if the staff recommendation gives them some assurance on the, and Councillor Hopkins some assurance on the integrity of the policy, I'm fine with that.
All right, why don't we change the proposed amendment to, as Mr. Thomasinski suggested then. All right, further comments on the amendment? Oh, Councillor Van Holst. You just popped up, Councillor Van Holst, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And interesting, Mr. Campbell said this was a feel-good project. When I looked at the report, I felt good about it. So I would say that's correct. I appreciate the amendment as well. I think it's a good approach. I think it's appropriate for here. We're going to include that as part of the bylaw. Now, I believe that the applicant was putting in a landscape buffer between the Tree LA and the parking. And I'm just wondering through you to staff if that's something that we should also include in the bylaw.
Mr. Thomasinski?
Yes, Mr. Chair, there is a clause 3, Roman numeral 3, that actually talks about a 5-meter width of that landscape buffer, but perhaps that could be increased to implement what the applicant is proposing.
Okay, well then, thank you. Perhaps I could ask the applicant for a comment about that inclusion.
Go ahead, the applicant.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe that would be acceptable. That is exactly what we are proposing on the site plan. And if we can provide some assurance that that area would be used for landscaping as it is proposed now, I think that would be acceptable to both parties.
All right, so is the mover content that that also be changed to be a 10-meter buffer rather than a 5-meter buffer? All right, that's fine too. So staff, we're just going to keep changing things till staff comes over and
with apologies to the clerk, yes, that's 10 meters is fine.
So we're going to take, we'll keep debating this, but hopefully we're not going to make too many more changes just because we're moving towards that. Councillor Van Holst, did you have anything else?
No, I guess, well, I would say in support of the move, maybe I would ask through you to staff what the alternative would be if we didn't have for this property, if we didn't have parking between the Tree LA and the building. How would that look?
I don't know if that's for staff or for the applicant. Is staff prepared to answer that in some way?
Mr. Chair, Michael Thomasinski here again. 2 options would be to keep the building in its current position and get rid of the surface parking lot, so it would be quite a wide landscape strip, or alternatively move the building further west to get closer to the Tree LA, about 5 meters away from the property line. And then parking could be on the east side of the building.
Thank you, Mr. Thomasinski. Councillor? You have something
Yes,
further?
thank you, Mr. Chair. So in looking at it, I actually imagined to myself if we had a 3-story building or maybe 1 3-story building on either side of the Treat LA close to it, that would really block the view of that feature from almost anyone driving by, except if they were right in front of it. So I actually think that the trees will be appreciated much more in this particular layout. I think it's going to turn out to be a very nice thing. So I'm thrilled with the way committee seems to be moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Anybody else on the committee wish to comment on? Now we're amending the, changing the parking to allow it between the building and the LA, but also increasing the buffer from 5 meters as was in the bylaw to 10 meters. You're pointing, but I don't see.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, but there is a hand, Councillor Helmer.
All right. He's not on my screen. I don't know why that is, but go ahead, Councillor Helmer.
Thank you. As many colleagues will know, this property is actually located in Ward 4. It's the easternmost boundary, really, on the north side. And this is an important feature leading into the psychiatric hospital lands. And we only really get one chance to have the redevelopment proceed. So I think the development proposal is very good. You know, it's a bit of a short building for the location, I think, but I'm persuaded that this kind of development is okay. I listened carefully to what the staff were saying, and I think it can work given the specific kind of use that's envisioned here. I was discouraged to hear from Mr. Campbell that despite all the creative minds and smart people they have over at that firm, that they can't figure out a way to orient the building and have the parking not be immediately adjacent to the Treat LA. So I wanted to ask through the chair, I think he said that it's just not possible. And I want to explore that a bit. What is the constraint that prevents the parking from being, say, on the east side of the building when the building's moved over to the west side of the property? You could still have separation between the private parts and the public parts. Like there's lots of different ways of creating that. So I wonder if you could just explain what the problem is.
Mr. Campbell?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Helmer. Thanks very much for the question. I do appreciate that. And I can understand that from the perspective of just looking at the facility at face value, yes, the building can absolutely be moved to the east and parking located on the west side in a physical sense. But that is completely contrary to the operational criteria that the Humane Society requires for this specific facility. As I mentioned off the bat, there are some security concerns, the requirement of separation of public versus private spaces, as well as a separation from outdoor animal handling areas. That's very important to the Humane Society. And for that reason, we cannot locate the parking in a different area and actually make the site work for them. If it was a different user, then perhaps that may be possible. But these are the constraints that are given to us by the unique function of the Humane Society. If possible, I would ask that Steve Ryle expand on some of their unique operational criteria that may give the committee a better understanding of why this specific arrangement is required, if that's possible.
That's fine. I think it would help Councillor Helmer. Would that help you, Councillor? That's great. Mr. Ryle, just keep in mind time constraints, however, when giving your answer, but we're happy to have you give an answer.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. So it's 100% around the operational needs of the Humane Society. If you take to understand that we hold animals for the Provincial Animal Welfare Services, these are animals that have had cruelty or abuse to them. Many a times, those people who are under those accusations will try to enter the facility or remove their animals and get them back. It's caused nothing but stress and putting our staff in a really bad position. And multiple times through the year, we press our panic buttons to bring London Police Services down to help. So the natural barriers that the railroads to the two crossroads of the railroads provide, and then the building itself with some proper fencing will allow us to keep that privacy and safety for our animals and our 300 volunteers that we have that work with the animals to rehabilitate them and prepare them for their new homes.
Thank you very much. Councillor Helmer, anything further?
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I understand the need for security. It doesn't really explain why the building can't be moved or turned. So I guess my second question is around the actual extent of the parking that's planned. Do you need all of that parking, or could you get by with less parking if less parking was allowed?
Go ahead.
So, go ahead, Matthew.
Great, thanks, Steve. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Helmer. We are providing parking in excess of what the zoning bylaw requires. There may be opportunities for shifting some parking around during the site plan approval process, but largely what we see on the concept plan is the Humane Society's preferred parking arrangement going forward.
Okay, I'm not sure if a committee is going to like this idea or not, but I would suggest that instead of changing the bylaw, you refer it. I'd like to talk with the applicant and the Humane Society about the constraints that they're facing for the site. I think the idea of having the Humane Society there is great. I am concerned about putting all the parking along the Tree d'Allee. We've got two sides of this thing that face the street out at Dundas. The other side will probably redevelop in the future as well. And then it goes all the way into the major site, which is owned by Old Oak on the other side of the train tracks. And I really would like to avoid starting off the redevelopment of this huge property by saying, yeah, we'll just allow parking up against the Tree d'Allee, because I would not want to see it parking all the way down both sides, all the way into the site. That would be ruining what was an important view shed. And once the site redevelops, it's going to be an important thing that people are using regularly in the city as they used to in the past. So I think a referral, it doesn't seem to me like it's actually impossible to work this out. It sounds like there's maybe a bit of a disagreement about what is possible or not, but I'd appreciate a bit of time to try and work through it. So if people think a referral maybe would lead to a better outcome, I'm happy to support that idea. If not, if there's no way to actually resolve it, I guess at least we'd be wasting one cycle of time, and you could deal with the matter again at the next planning meeting.
Thank you, Councillor. So I'm in the committee's hands. Councillor Hopkins?
Does the referral precede the amendment? Are we following process here? I just want to confirm that we can speak to a referral.
Through the chair, a referral would take precedent over the motion, but it would have to be put on the floor by one of the members.
I think we know that. It's precedent. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that. I just wanted to make sure we were following process here. And I would be pleased to put forward the referral to refer this back, like Councillor Helmer said, at least one cycle. And the reason I am supporting the referral, because I have heard from staff that there are opportunities maybe to work and to allow for the changes to the form of this building, and looking at opportunities. One of the concerns I do have with this is that it is going to, we are looking at changing what our policy or our plan does dictate here. And we know future development is coming here. So how this is all going to work, it does need a little bit more of a discussion to look at opportunities, because there are options there. So I would ask for a seconder to refer this back to have staff work with the applicant to look at reworking the plan.
All right, and you do have a seconder for the referral. That's Councillor Hillier. So the referral is now on the floor, and it would refer the matter back. Could we get some idea, maybe before we vote, from staff, when we would expect to see this matter back so that the members of the committee are aware of what time frame we're looking at?
Mr. Chair, it's Michael Tomazinski here. The absolute quickest, given public notification requirements, would be 2 cycles. So we couldn't make the next one, but it would be the one after that.
All right, Mr. Yeoman, your hand was up. Did you want to speak?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, Mr. Tomazinnik is correct. It would also give us an opportunity to advertise the changes that are being proposed so that the public could weigh in on the proposal that's being made, recognizing that the intent of the committee with the previous amendment was differing from the staff recommendation. I'd also request that some direction be provided that associated with the referral so we can return with the bylaw that council and committee deems needed.
All right, I'll turn that over to Councillor Hopkins. What directions would you
Yes,
like
if
to
I
put
could,
with the referral?
with the referral to, so we're looking at a second cycle, but also to make the changes to the bylaw as well.
But I think staff's looking for what areas do you want us to, and Mr. Yeoman, can you be more specific? Just what is it you're looking for in terms of direction?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So my understanding from listening is the issues that have been raised relate to the parking and the policy that speaks to prohibition, something that's contrary to that. Also related to the landscape buffer and the reduction of parking.
All right, those are the, we can, I assume we can put that as directions with the referral, that those be the things that, that be considered. All right, on the referral then, Councillor Lewis, you wanted to speak to that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So especially now that I've heard 2 cycles, I'm not going to support the referral. I actually think we're making this much more complicated than it needs to be. I think this is a fairly straightforward situation. And we did hear the applicant indicate that they will continue to work with staff, and I'm sure that they would be happy to work with Councillor Helmer through the site plan approval process moving forward, and that they may, in fact, be able to reduce some of the parking that the draft plan requires. I'm not a fan of constant referral cycles, and I think this application should move forward as amended today.
Thank you very much. Further comments on the referral itself, which is what we're debating right now before I call the referral, which has been moved and seconded. Councillor Van Holst, go ahead.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, I realize I'm sorry, I might take a few more minutes at this meeting to get some clarification, but it will be a lot less than a month to get to come back to the same point potentially. So I'd like to just ask the applicant to describe how we need the parking to be on the east, on the west side instead of the east side. I believe that out of the east side of the building, that's where the animals will run and be dealt with. So if I've had some clarification on that, I'd understand why it was set up the way it was.
Yeah, if I could just help you, you've been asked that question before, and I think your answers have not. You've sort of said it's really important for that the building have the parking on the one side, but I think what Councillor Van Holst is trying to get is what is that reason? And I have to admit, maybe I'm the only one who didn't understand clearly what the reason is. It would be helpful to know.
Sure, through you, Mr. Chair, it's Matt Campbell here again. To Councillor Van Holst, if you have the site plan available in front of you, it's easy to see how there's a clear delineation of a public versus private space on the plan. Now, imagine that the entire, the site would be, or the secure portions of the site, which is generally everything on the east of the site.
Can I just stop you, Mr. Campbell? You're referring to something. Is it at a page so the committee members can actually be looking at it?
Mr. Chair, 68 of our agenda.
Just pulling up the staff report now. I believe it is included in the staff report.
It's page 5 of the presentation.
Okay, I don't need everybody at once answering me. I just want to have it in front of me to look at, and you're saying it's in, I'm looking at the agenda. So what page is it of the agenda?
Mr. Chair, if we have the online version available to us, it is on page 5 of that report.
Mr. Chair, may I ask if it's figure 2, the site concept plan that they're referring to? Because that's the only thing I have available to me.
So Councillor Van Holst, yes, that is correct.
Page 268, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I knew somebody would finally help me out. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, when looking at that figure, again, the areas on the east side of the building will have security fencing in order to ensure that that area is secure for animal welfare. If you're looking at the area immediately to the north of the building, now there's a dashed line that indicates a future expansion. Immediately on the one side of that, the left side of that expansion area, there's actually a security fence that runs straight north and separates the westerly parking area from the easterly parking area. And so the easterly parking area is going to be secured parking for employees, service vehicles, things of that nature that are then separate from the publicly accessible areas. So that's, again, that's why the site is laid out that way. I believe there's the question, why couldn't we just flip the building and the westerly parking area? Then that would then create a situation where it's extremely difficult to provide security fencing in order to ensure that that the animal areas that need to, and those animal areas need to remain on the east side of the site, because we do have that open field area with the wetland feature. And that is proposed to include, dog runs, open space areas for the animals to run around in. And it's intended that all of that area be secure. And if we were to put the building on the west side, we would lose that security. In essence, what would have to happen is that there would be a corridor of security fencing that would run through the site out to the east. And functionally, that would be extremely difficult to control. I hope that provides
that's very helpful.
better understanding.
Thank you very much. Councillor Van Holst? Anything further? We hope to move this matter to a vote in the near future. So we've got two different motions on the floor. So Councillor Van Holst on the referral.
Thank you. So I guess my only other question would be through you to staff is, how is the, what was the justification for this no parking point in the policy? How will it make the site better, or how is it perceived that it would make the site better? Because it's not obvious to me.
Mr. Chair, if I may answer that.
Go ahead, Mr. Thomas-Sensing.
Thank you. To the councillor, there is an actual policy, and I quote, "On-site surface or structured parking is not permitted between the building line and the property line adjacent to the cultural heritage landscaped area." And because of that policy, we worked really, really close with the applicant to get to where we are today, but we just couldn't overcome that policy. Staff couldn't interpret that any other way that would allow the parking to be permitted between the building line and the property line. But you did hear from the applicant's planner a different interpretation, and the committee is free to favor that interpretation over the staff interpretation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thomas-Sensing. I think that answers that question. Councillor Hillier?
Yes, thank you. I'm just looking at the document on page 5 of the presentation, and I'm wondering about the parking as well, because I'm looking at the 20-odd spaces on the west side of the parking lot going in, and wondering why they just can't extend that parking lot out the north one more row. because they do have the land.
Go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Hillier. As I mentioned, there are opportunities to reconfigure the parking area to some extent through the site plan approval process. And I think that is something that the Humane Society may look at. Is the potential.
I'm sorry, Mr. Campbell, you're sort of fading in and out. So I missed part of what you said.
Oh, my apologies. I just wanted to say that as I had mentioned previously, there are opportunities for looking at reconfiguring portions of the parking area to move parking around, as Councillor Hillier had mentioned. There may be opportunities to shift parking to the north or reconfigure that northerly parking area.
Thank you. Hillier, are you done? Councillor Hopkins?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the referral. And I appreciate Councillor Lewis's concerns about second cycle and the amount of time that we would need to wait for this to come back. But we've heard there are opportunities for further discussions. And to get support for this referral, I would like to confirm with clerks that we are looking at the second cycle being April the 26th. I just want to make sure I have that correct date. And if it pleases the committee, I'd be happy to add that date to the referral. It's less than a month, and I'm looking for support for this referral.
Okay. Would the date be April 26th? And maybe we can get staff to confirm if that's fine, that we add that in for the return of this matter.
Mr. Chair, Michael Tomazinski here.
Yeah.
The only concern I would have about that is if we couldn't meet the date because we were still working with the applicant, for example, we would then have to come back to this committee and ask for an extension. And it just might add to more committee reports unnecessarily. So I can assure you that we'll work as quickly as we can with the applicant, but I just don't want to be locked into a date in case we're progressing.
Valid point, Mr. Tomazinski. So the staff suggesting we not put a date in. Go ahead, Councillor Hopkins.
I heard that, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the comment. So through you to staff, is it possible to have it back by the second cycle?
Mr. Chair, Michael Tomazinski here again. It would all depend on how well we work together with the applicant. If we're making progress but still need more time, then it's possible we may not be able to make it. In fact, that would be the concern about committing to that date, but we certainly want to expedite this as quickly as possible.
Thank you for answering the question of expediting this process. I think that's really important that this committee hears that. Working with the applicant, I'm okay with not putting the date in if that's pressure, but I'm pleased to hear that staff are willing to expedite this process.
Councillor Lehman.
Thank you. I spoke to Ms. Rael of the Humane Society and also took a drive out to the site. It's a very unique site. It's has sat vacant for quite a long time. It's it's kind of a pie shape between two train tracks. I looked at the rendering of what they have planned. I think it's quite impressive what this project will add to the area. I've heard from Mr. Rael and my conversations with him, and also from the similar questions that were raised today. This site and the plan, a lot of work has gone into this plan. And I can see why. You know, a Humane Society has very intricate needs, and they have to deal with the public and also with animals within a city. From my understandings, I can't see ever the building being moved over to the tree line, as the building needs to be directly accessible to the green space for the animals, for the people that are visiting, which there will be, because they're planning to engage the community, which I thought was an excellent byproduct of this as an education center. So people can learn about the animal population in our city. They're going to be expanding from, an area right now where the Humane Society where it currently sits right now, the building has seen its day. I can see why they need to go quickly on this. They'll go from 200 animals to over 400 plus animal capacity. They're busting at the seams right now. So I'm concerned about a delay because I think we'll just be back at the same spot. The needs of the Humane Society are very specific, and this site allows for their needs. And I think we'd be hard pressed to find another site within the city because of the nature of this facility. Usually these facilities on the outskirts of the city because of the nature of animal care and traffic, et cetera. So we have an opportunity here to provide a first-class facility for London and for the animal protection side of things in a site that I think could easily sit vacant for quite a while due to the nature of it, because we'll be faced with this again. They can't have the building up along the tree line. I think parking issues can be resolved through site planning. I think they'll be willing to work with the city to make some minor changes, but I don't see a major change being conducive to this. And I think we're in danger of losing this opportunity. So I can't see how a referral will assist here. So I won't support the referral, and then we'll take it from there.
All right. Please keep in mind, hopefully people understand, we're speaking to the referral. I think everybody agrees that the Humane Society is a meritorious application. I think everybody agrees, but we're talking about referring it to deal with this parking issue. So, Mr. Mayor, go ahead.
Thanks very much, Chair. I won't be supporting the referral. We forget that, I'm sure we don't forget, that organizations have options. And I think Councillor Lehman's comment about an organization like this, typically on the fringes of town, but I think where they're considering locating, they put obviously clear thought into this, and I respect that decision-making process. I don't think we're all that far apart, but I think the considerations that you've heard as recommended by Councillor Lewis is the direction that I certainly intend to support, but I won't be supporting the referral because, again, we sometimes get caught up that what is that expression that the aim for perfection gets in the way of the very good. And I think this is a respectful application. I think it's one that Londoners would get behind. I think we can all support it. And I say it with deep respect to the Councillor for the ward. I will not be supporting the referral.
Okay, Councillor Hillier, you wanted to speak to the referral. That's because that's what we're debating right now, the referral.
Yes, thank you. I seconded this referral just to keep the democratic process moving forward, so we have a discussion on it. Now, I have been listening closely, and I know it's unusual, but I won't be voting for the referral just because I am satisfied that staff will be able to move forward with this and work together with the applicant. Thank you.
All right, anything else? Most people have already expressed their opinion on the referral. Yes, Madam Clerk, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. I just wanted to provide some additional information with respect to the meeting cycles. The next meeting of the Planning and Environment Committee is scheduled for April the 19th. There is a meeting tentatively scheduled for April the 26th as an if needed meeting. Both of those meetings will be going to the May 4th council meeting. So that's all one cycle. I just want that clarification for the committee's consideration.
Very helpful. Thank you very much. So everybody has spoken to the referral several times. I'm sorry?
If I can sum up.
Well, you can certainly sum up, but I can tell you that if I was chair of council, I would not recognize summing up. It's a creation of, it's a creation, quite frankly. There's no provision for summing up. I'll let you do it, but I hope you'll cover new territory.
I hope I'll cover new territory as well, Mr. Chair, because I would like to make comments from the comments that I just received. from the committee here. And what I heard, why this should not be supported, first of all, we have heard from the clerk, it is one cycle. Secondly, I'm kind of surprised here that there's conversation around the applicant maybe looking at another site. I don't think we're there. I think there are opportunities here for the applicant staff to further work on this, given some of the concerns. And I don't think we are looking for perfection either with this referral. It can be referred back one cycle, and I would encourage the committee to do that.
All right, if there's nothing further, then we're going to vote on the referral only.
Closing the vote, the motion fails 2-4.
All right, then we're going to go. Referral failed. We'll go back to the amendment to the motion, which we discussed earlier, and that was to make the changes with regard to the allowing the parking lot near the Tree LA. So are there further comments on that particular issue before we call the vote on the amendment? There being none, then we'll call the amendment.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-1.
All right. Vote on the main motion as amended? No? It's all done. Great. Thank you very much. We'll now move on to the next matter, which is item 3.4. I understand there will be no presentation on this matter, but we will have to open the public participation meeting. Could someone do that? Moved by Councillor Lehman, seconded by Councillor Hopkins. And unless there's something further, I will call the vote on that.
Carries 6-0.
And just for the committee's benefit, this matter may take a presentations. After that, it's my intention to call a brief recess so the committee can have a break. Not overly long, but just a brief recess. So public presentation, go ahead, or the staff presentation, go ahead, please.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I am Mike Corby here. So just to clarify, so this is the staff presentation for Meadowlily, right?
It is, yes.
Okay, sorry. And just before I start that, there is a
Okay,
presentation
whoa. I'm sorry, it's Aldersbrook Gate. I'm sorry. Everybody looks at me like I just made a small error there, folks. A small slip up. So we're going to do Aldersbrook, Mr. Corby. So that was my mistake, which I quickly became aware of.
Thank you. I was a little confused, but
that's all right. We'll go back to Aldersbrook. There is no staff presentation, I understand, so I'll turn this matter over to the committee.
Okay, thank you.
Because I don't think there's any public presentations. No. All right, applicant, do you wish to make a short presentation?
That's okay. Sorry, this is Caitlin with Zelenka Priamo here
Yeah.
on behalf of the owner.
Yep.
We have read the staff report and believe that we can agree to the conditions.
Great.
That's it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Turn it over to the committee at this point in time. Is someone prepared to move the recommendation? Or any, the mayor is moving the recommendation. Oh, we haven't closed the PPM. We need a motion to close the PPM. Councillor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Hopkins, all in favor? Well, we're going to vote. Yeah. Yeah. We got to put that in.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
Okay, go ahead, committee. The mayor wants to move the recommendation. And I'll see if someone wants to second it. Councillor Lewis. And I got it. And the ward councillor is here, and I'll let him speak to it since he's probably more aware of it than any of us. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I just have a quick question for staff because really the only concerns that I've heard in the area associated with this development are related to the traffic flows in the area. As you know, there's a very busy high school. The intersection of Aldersbrook Gate and Fanshawe is a busy one, and one that can be difficult to navigate at certain times of the day. So my question for staff just is, as these developments come forward that are moving towards filling in the area with residential and some commercial, which will be forthcoming, of course, too, are we monitoring the intersection flows, and how often are we doing traffic studies on that intersection to see if it warrants anything like advanced signalization?
Thank you, Mr. Councillor, and through the chair. We're constantly looking at those things, but perhaps I should pass the question off to Mr. Dales in Transportation, who I believe is here and can speak to specifics.
Yes. Thanks, Matt. And through the chair, it's Garfield Dales from the Transportation Division. So yes, we do routinely monitor traffic volumes, particularly at signalized intersections in order to identify concerns or areas of adjustment associated with the traffic signals. So that would be something that we would regularly do, as part, particularly with the arterial roadway.
Great. And through the chair, thank you to staff for that. Again, that was the only significant concern that I had heard from area residents. So I leave that for the committee's consideration. Otherwise, I'm sure this won't be the last development in that area that I'm here to talk about.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Hillier, you want to speak to this?
Yes, I'm just looking at the development. I'm just curious about visitor parking because it's on a turning circle. So it'd be walking distance quite a while. How much visitor parking is in this development?
Through the chair, it's Mike Pease, manager of site plan. So this came through a site plan application and it's registered as it stands right now. There's a certain ratio that's provided for visitor parking in addition to the required parking in the zoning bylaw. I could say that based on the metrics of the site plan bylaw, this does meet it. There is a couple of parking spaces that are provided in accordance with the site plan control bylaw.
So only a couple of parking spaces, like 2.
Through the chair, that's correct. Generally, that's been the metric that's been applied, and through discussions through the site plan, that's what we determined with the applicant that they were comfortable with for their use. Noting that the site does provide for what's required in the zoning bylaw in terms of the driveway parking and any sort of private parking on the site.
Well, I'm sure the applicant's quite comfortable with it. I'm more concerned about the neighborhood and the overflow parking for, like, I'm considering a holiday weekend, and this little complex gets a lot of visitors. It's going to overflow into the neighborhood. So that's just my concern.
Okay, does staff want to respond to that?
Through the chair, or to the chair, thanks. It's Mike again. So just pulling up the plans one more time. It looks like there's actually 5 visitor parking spaces along the southerly property line. Sorry, I'm juggling screens. Just south of the block that's facing Aldersbrook Gate. So there's 3 visitor parking spaces and 2 barrier-free parking spaces. And as noted, there's private garages with driveways that do provide for individual access and parking.
Thank you. Anything further on this matter, I should say, on microphone? All right. Do we have a mover and seconder? Have we done that? Yeah, yeah. So we'll call the vote on this matter.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
Moving on to item.
Oh,
Moving on to item 3.5, which is the public participation meeting relating to 101 Meadow Lily Road South. The first item of business we have to do is this was a matter that was dealt with by Latch, and they in paragraph 4.3 of their report. So that section of the Latch report should be moved up to be dealt with this application. Can I just do that, or do I need a motion to do that? We're just. Thank you very much. So we'll now need to open the public participation meeting with regard to this matter. Moved by Councillor Lehman, seconded by Councillor Lewis. If there's nothing further, we will vote on that.
closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
Okay, I'll look for the staff presentation, please. Sorry, is someone prepared to make a presentation on this matter?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Mike Corby here.
Thank you.
I have a presentation available for this, and also it's included in the added agenda if people want to follow along with it. And before I start, I forgot a slide. Just a reminder, this application did go to the Planning and Environment Committee back on October 5th of 2020. At that meeting, the applicant sought to get this deferred back to staff. Their original proposal showed 3-story townhomes, and through our recommendation, we required a maximum of 2.5 stories. So the applicant sought deferral, and so they've gone back, and now we're here today with a slightly revised application. So the subject site is 101 Benelily Road. It's located in the northeast corner of Highbury Ave South and Commissioners Road East. It's between the Highbury Woods on the west side of the site and the Meadow Lily Woods ESA along the east side of the site. The nature of the application. So part of this application is a city-initiated official plan amendment, changing the urban reserve community growth designation of the 1989 official plan to low density residential. Along with that is a zoning amendment application and vacant land condominium application that would permit an 88 unit cluster residential development, 36 single detached dwelling units within it, and 10 townhomes totaling 52 units within them. The conceptual site plan you can see in there identifies open space area and naturalized area on the west side of the property. Those lands will be zoned and designated as open space and dedicated to the city as part of the site plan approval process. You can see the units that are now fronting along Meadow Lily Road previously had driveways out to Meadow Lily Road. They've been moved internally and access those buildings from Street B. Those buildings also along Meadow Lily Road have been reduced to 2 stories in height. In terms of the policy, within the London plan, the site is within the neighborhood place type designation. The proposed cluster residential development is in keeping with the range of permitted uses within this place type. In the 1989 official plan, as mentioned, this is within the urban reserve community growth designation. This designation is used to identify lands that will be used for a mix of urban land uses in the future. The city has initiated an application to change these to low density residential and feel it's appropriate on a site specific basis, given that the London plan has already designated these lands as a neighborhood place type. Through this process, there was a lot of public concern. A lot of this was addressed at the original meeting, but we'll go through the main issues again. So one of the main issues was traffic. And so through the review process, it was determined that the proposed use will not generate significant levels of traffic and should not have any adverse effects in the area. Safety was a concern, and through the application, a sightline analysis was completed to ensure safe sight lines are available along Meadow Lily Road. A reduction in speed to 40 kilometers an hour is forthcoming through a council-approved initiative to reduce speeds on local roads throughout London. And as mentioned, the applicant has removed 14 driveways from accessing Meadow Lily Road south, helping improve safety along the road. Parking was another main concern, specifically on-street parking and the ongoing issues they're having with that. The vacant land condo proposed originally had 10 visitor parking spaces. Through the revised plan, they've increased this to 31 visitor parking spaces, which is well above what's required. Impacts on the surrounding feature in terms of the abutting woodland to the east and the Meadow Lily ESA to the west. Staff feel appropriate buffering has been provided between these land uses. We're receiving a 35-meter setback from the drip line of the Highbury Woods. All lands outside the development limit will be dedicated to the city and zoned and designated open space. The existing right-of-way for Meadow Lily Road provides a significant buffer and hard boundary between the land uses to the east and does not allow for the potential encroachment of the proposed development into the natural heritage feature. This right-of-way combined with the proposed setbacks creates an appropriate buffer and separation between land uses, resulting in minimal impacts from the proposed development on the abutting ESA. Heritage concerns and maintaining that rural context was also raised at the original public meeting. Staff feel that with the reduced height along Meadow Lily Road, as well as the proposed setbacks and the removal of the driveways and garages, the development provides an appropriate response to the abutting lands and the rural setting of the area. The large, more functional green space now provided in front of the development will provide a greater opportunity to implement the recommendations outlined through the Heritage Impact Assessment in an effort to maintain the rural context. Some of the abutting property owners had concerns about stormwater and flooding and what it will affect their property or not. As part of the site plan approval process, the applicant is required to demonstrate that stormwater will not impact the surrounding lands. Through the site plan process, the applicant has been able to prove that the site's stormwater management design will match and or improve the site's pre-development conditions. So there shall be no impacts on the abutting properties. Staff is recommending approval of the proposed amendments. The proposal is keeping with the policies of the 1989 official plan, the London plan, and the provincial policy statement. The proposal will facilitate the development of an underutilized property and encourages an appropriate form of development. The subject lands are located in close proximity to arterial roads, ensuring easy access to the 401 and other areas and services within the city. And the site is situated near 2 community commercial nodes, which will support and benefit from the proposed increase in density for the community. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. From the committee, technical questions only, please. There being no technical questions, we'll go to public participation. And first we'll hear, I should say, from the applicant. And again, everyone will have 5 minutes to speak. Is there someone from the applicant who wishes to make a presentation?
Yes, hi, I'm Melanie Muir from Dillon Consulting, planner for the applicant.
Go ahead.
Thank you, committee members. We would like to just give a brief overview. The presentation was already included in the agenda package. The project overview on October 5th, 2020, a public meeting, as Mr. Corby has said, for this proposed development was held at City Hall. Based on the concerns brought forward by the residents as well as the municipality, we redesigned some of the proposal to address many of the concerns as possible. The proposed development consists of the following: 36 single detached dwelling units, which is one less than what was originally proposed, and 52 townhome dwelling units for a total of 88 units. All units have been designed to a maximum of 2.5 stories in height as required by the bylaw, reduction from the 3-story as Mr. Corby indicated that we had already proposed. Direct access to Meadow Lily Road for individual townhome units have been removed and internal access provided, allowing for a larger setback from the ESA and additional landscaping and tree planting to intensify the visual buffer between the road and the development. Private sanitary sewers and storm sewers, including a private sanitary pump station and force main, are to be provided. A public-private water main will be constructed to service the development. Buffers from the Highbury Woods Park and the Meadow Lily ESA in accordance with provincial and municipal requirements are being maintained. Landscaping and heritage compensation features complementary to the natural existing landscape are being included. As Mr. Corby indicated, visitor parking from the site will be increased from the required 10 to 31 spaces, well over the number of spaces required under the bylaw. Since the public meeting, the city has approved our request to reduce the speed limit of Meadow Lily Road South from the existing 50 kilometers an hour to 40, which is anticipated to go to council sometime within 2021. The next page shows the changes to the conceptual development plan with the enhanced buffer along Meadow Lily Road, as well as the naturalized areas and the open space that will be dedicated to the municipality and rezoned. We also included some some renderings of the both the single detached as well as the townhome units, the ones facing Meadow Lily Road, with which are on the second page of the renderings. They include the access only via sidewalks to a trail and the open space, with the following page showing the garages in the rear along the internal road, and as well the front and side facing views of the traditional units, which are further interior to the proposed development, as well as the back, sorry. And we have some views looking along Private Street A and Meadow Lily Road South, both looking south and looking north along Meadow Lily Road. With regards to some response to some of the additional public comments received, they talked about asking about overflow to the pump station, where would it go, and that it should not outlet to the water course or the ESA. And our response is that the sanitary sewer pumping station has a large capacity, concrete holding tank with a 2-pump design, 1 primary and 1 backup pump. There is no overflow outlet to any water course nor to any part of the ESA, as it is a closed system. The pumping station is designed and is in compliance with ministry regulations. Whose responsibility will it be to maintain the pumping station and alarm system? It should be noted that the condominium corporation will own and maintain the pump station via a maintenance contract with the city approved contractor, and will include a proactive maintenance schedule. There is a backup pump in the pump station in case the primary pump malfunctions and requires repair. Pump station will have automatic alarm notification via telecom to the maintenance contractor. Another concern was that, are there any erosion concerns and potential drainage into the TTLT property? And this has been addressed in the stormwater management design. The stormwater is to be managed on site, mainline sewers and or holding chambers, before releasing it into the city storm sewer system. A comprehensive erosion and sediment control management plan has also been developed and provided as part of this submission. There were also concerns with regards to flooding, as Mr. Corby indicated, and his response is what we have designed, which is it's addressed in the stormwater management design. Concerns with the need for compensation seedlings and monitoring of the butternut trees. The habitat zone, which is a 50-meter radius of a single category 2 retainable butternut, will be disturbed by the grading work. As a result of the anticipated disturbance, 10 butternut saplings will be planted as compensation within the cultural meadow area of the subject property, as well as 10 compensation trees as specified in the regulations. A butternut health assessment report has been filed and approved by the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks. Prior to disturbance of the butternut habitat zone, the impact will be registered with the MECP in accordance with section 23.7 under the Ontario Reg. The locations of the 10 butternut samplings will be provided in a planting plan following confirmation of the compensation ratio for other trees removed from the subject property with the city of London.
We're now over 5 minutes. I've given you a little extra time, but if you could wrap up, that would be great.
Sure. Basically, we're in complete agreement with the recommendations of administration and are here to answer any questions. I also have my we have our engineers, sorry, here as well, Jason Johnson and Sam Shannon, as well as the developer himself, in case anyone has any questions.
Great, thank you very much. So now we'll go to the public, and just before we start that, each person will be allowed up to 5 minutes. If you could identify yourself with your name and your address if you would like, that would be really helpful. If you could just keep in mind that we try to keep these meetings civil. I know there's strong opinions, but if you could refrain from any personal remarks or any cheering and clapping, that would be really helpful, as there may be people with a different point of view as you. In terms of questions, this is not sort of a question and answer session, but if you ask questions or there's things you want to know, and I can try to get the answers from staff or the applicant for you, I will make sure I do that. So with that being said, we're looking forward to hearing from you. And are we going to do online first or in the meeting rooms? All right, why don't we go to online? And the first one I have is Daniel Hines. That was the name I'm given, so perhaps I could just find out who is online waiting to speak.
Mr. Chair, this is Kathy Saunders. Mr.
Yep.
Weir is ready to speak.
Go ahead. Sorry, we're still not hearing anyone.
Mr. Weir is unmuted. I'm not sure why he is unable to speak. Perhaps you could go on to Mr. Richardson in the meantime.
Good afternoon. My name is Bruce Richardson. I'm a resident at 25 Meadow Lily Road South and have been for approximately 15 years. The main thing that we're speaking to my neighbors seems to be the consensus is we all do support some kind of low density development. Certainly surprised that 88 units would be considered low density. That is approximately anywhere from 176 people up to 264 people, depending on the family size. We personally, or a few of us have discussed this, and we definitely think that it would be more advantageous for the development to be private family homes. We understand that the approximately 13 acre property is down to about 12 acres because of the abutments or the space between the ESAs. But the other thing that we always bring up is the traffic and the parking, both human and vehicles. The traffic down here in the last year has gone 10 times what it was already with visitors to the park. There's obvious safety problems. The speed's been addressed. That's wonderful. There is a blind curve on the road. There is no sidewalk. There is people and children walking up and down these roads almost every day. So it's certainly a safety concern. Having, 264 people, I mean, 107 up to, it could be 88 units, could be 176 cars. The other thing that we are happy to hear that the Thames Talbot Land Trust property, the Meadow Lily Nature Preserve, has been recognized. I want to remind council that this development is surrounded by 3 ESAs. So you've got Highbury Woods, Meadow Lily Woods, and the TTLC Nature Preserve. And we are always available to talk to anyone that on this matter. We're very concerned with the land and the animals and the visitors that we have down here in the park. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Have a great day.
Thank you, sir. Who's up next?
Mr. Shannon is next.
Go ahead.
through you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Shannon is part of the Dillon.
Yeah, the names you're giving me, Clerk, are actually Dillon. Muir, Shannon, Johnson, Richter, and Riley are all members of the applicant.
I apologize. We have no way of knowing.
No,
that
that's
when
fine.
Their registration comes in, so.
Sure.
Let me check who. Mr. Johnson is also.
Yes.
Ms. Richard, Richter.
That's again, someone with Dillon. Again, the names with Dillon are Muir, Shannon, Johnson, Richter, and Riley.
Rosemary Boyd.
Ms. Boyd?
I'm here watching from home.
Okay, did you want to speak to us?
Oh, probably just the obvious that I'm an avid hiker in the area. I'm very familiar with it, and I really hope that, you know, we'll all be gone someday. And I think that keeping this land free from development, period, would be a really nice legacy for our children. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Next is Mr. Weir.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, I spoke originally in the October meeting. I'm very much against this proposal, as with the previous speaker. I think we need to look to the future and maintain the ecosystem. This is so close to a nature preserve that this development would sadly distract from the protected area. It's just a disaster waiting to happen.
Mm-hmm.
There's just too dense a population proposed. The hazards in the wintertime, increased traffic, potential for accidents with pedestrians, with its increased number of homes in that area. I think most Londoners that visit this area would really like to see it kept the way it is. The minor changes that they made since October don't really make any difference whatsoever with respect to that concern. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next.
Ms. Symington.
Go ahead.
Oops. Mr. Chairman, thank you, and committee members. My question has to do with, is there a heritage study attached to this development proposal? Especially, you know, there was a previous heritage study that focused on Park Farm on Meadow Lily Road, but there appears to be no heritage studies attached to this particular application. Are there any available? There is a neighborhood tradition that there was a longhouse situated at 101 Meadow Lily Road. And so my question is, what archaeological review will be undertaken to see if in fact this is Indigenous land previously? Also, there have been things found in the adjoining properties, early 19th century artifacts, including some military artifacts that seem to be connected to the War of 1812. So not only is this a very, very important environmental gem in the City of London, but I also think that we have to look at the historical importance. And so much of our history, unfortunately, has been lost and developed over. And just speaking for myself, I appreciate what the developer and what the consultant have said about that pumping situation, but boy, if anything can go wrong, it will. And, you know, that's a lot of sewage in that area. So thank you very much for allowing me to speak. And as I said, I'd very much like to know if there will be an archaeological investigation prior to any development. Thank you again.
Thank you. Who is next?
Mr. Richardson?
Bruce Richardson spoke.
Melanie Oudshorn, sorry.
Oatstrom. Go ahead.
Yes, hello. I just wanted to comment on, I'm surprised that development would be allowed in this spot, just because of the ESA and the nature there. So however disappointing that is, the traffic will increase, and I think that would be a really big concern for that area, and just the taking away from that, from the forested area there. So I just wanted to mention my concerns. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Nancy Toski?
Go ahead. Hello, Ms. Toski?
Okay, now I'm unmuted.
You are unmuted now.
I seem to have lost the visual aspect of this meeting, but if you can hear me, that's all.
Yeah, it's fine if we can hear you.
Okay. I want to say that I appreciate the attempts that the developer has made to meet some of our earlier complaints. And also, I want to commend the Latch report based largely on the HIA for this development, and I think it's very good. And I want to commend all of its recommendations. I have 3 points I want to make myself, and they all go a bit further. First, I do agree with the people who are saying that there should be no development here. I think that surrounded as it is by natural areas and 2 important historical sites, 3 if one includes the remains of the mill, that it's not the right place for a development of this size. I prefer to see no development here. If there is to be one, I think it should be a development of much lower density. If there's going to be a development here, I think that the designers are losing an opportunity to do something original and very interesting in trying to make the development more suitable for its rural site. As it is, with the density and the spacing, there's really quite a strong urban flavor to the development, and also one that is, I think, rather depressing. The development, there's a sameness about all the buildings, especially the individual buildings, the ones that are designed to carry one family. And even though they've added some historical detail to the buildings, they still have a strong urban flavor. If you look around the picture of the road, the interior road, it looks more like an urban institution than it does a series of rural houses. And I think there would have been lots of room to do something more interesting, both in design and spacing. And if we're going to keep it there, which I prefer that we didn't, I'd really like to see it substantially rearranged. My second comment has to do with the relationship to the road. Meadow Lily Road is very old. It was the path used to bring people to the mill from south of London very early in the 19th century. And although it's no longer simply a dirt path, it still is a road that retains a strong urban character with its narrowness, its lack of curbs, the growth on both sides of the road. And if we put in curbs and widen the road, that rural character and that historic quality is going to be entirely gone. I would like to see stronger buffering on the west side of the road. The view of the townhouses shown in the proponent's presentation again, has a much more urban character than a rural one. I'd like to see buffering as thick as that on the east side of the road. And finally, I really can't understand the logic that decided there should be an urban development in this site of any sort, surrounded as it is by historical and natural protected sites. I'm not against density and increasing the density in London. I think the idea of increasing the density to protect agricultural and natural and important natural lands is a very good one, but I don't understand why this was not a protected natural land. I know it's late in the process to make this observation. I have made it from the beginning, and so have many other people. And I don't suppose that, except in our dreams, there's any chance of going back to making it a natural site. But if there were any way that the city could help the developer relocate on some other site, I and many other people, thousands, I think, would very much appreciate it. Thanks for listening to me, although you may think from this last comment that I've been cooped up too long.
Thank you very much. We've all been cooped up so long, don't worry about that. Who's next to speak?
Erica Booty.
Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. I'm a resident of London as well, and I also am against this proposal. I'm in agreement of private family homes at this site because it's more in keeping with what's already on site on that road. I also appreciate the attempts to mitigate the effects of the development, but disagree that these measures are sufficient. Changing to low density residential from urban reserve community growth designation. I just had a couple of questions. I was wondering when this site was actually designated urban reserve community growth, when it was given to be a mix of urban uses in the future. Basically, London declared a climate emergency. So I don't know when this designation was taken into effect, but even more recent than that was the climate emergency declaration. And I don't think we should be taking the word emergency lightly. It means immediate action. And so we're actually going against that. Also, the report to Planning and Environment Committee states that London's growth and development is well planned and sustainable over the long term. It also says that the development will be serviced by new private roads accessed from Meadow Lily Road South and will include 31 visitor parking spaces on site. This is so close to a nature preserve and an environmentally significant area, and it doesn't meet the requirements of a sustainable city. The requested amendment is to permit a vacant land to have 88 units. The mitigation measure was what? To decrease it by 1 unit? It's nothing. And a half a floor. What about the bird population right next door? I don't think that was really taken into consideration. And increased visitor parking spaces is great for the residents of the complex, but it also means more urbanization. The city is expanding and we're clogging the land, not letting the water penetrate into the soil. The more water we use, the more waste we produce. And so as I know that it sounds like they're putting a lot of effort into making a stormwater management plan, but unfortunately, these designs aren't always fail-proof. Our own pollution plants overfill whenever there's heavy rains and it's outputting into the Thames River. We need effective stormwater management to manage quality and quantity. And so, and also, how are these pumps running? Are they going to be run by renewable energy? Even if we put in permeable concrete here, permeable concrete is not as effective in these winter climates that we have here in London. And they also require a lot of maintenance. And yeah, the 40-kilometer-an-hour speed limit is not a big accomplishment. It's a very steep hill. And yeah, there's a lot of pedestrians using it, especially if the visitor parking is overfull. Where are those people going to park? You guessed it. They're parking on Meadow Lily with all the other trail users and the other residents that already live on that street. And the buffer leaving minimal impacts on the ESA science says otherwise again and again. It does not take a lot of effort to find articles proving this. And I'm happy to send some your way if you'd like. The reduced height and setbacks are not enough considering the setting of this area. And one other question was about the Jefferson salamander. There's new technology using a handheld point of need tool to sample, extract, and analyze the waterways. That is an endangered species. So I'd like to know more about the efforts made for Jefferson salamander to identify if they are in this area or not. But yeah, I respectfully disagree. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next online speaker.
Mr. Chair, that is the last person we have registered to join us remotely. I have a number of individuals who are joined us or not. They aren't registered, nor am I sure how they received the link. Perhaps the chair would like to ask if any of them are here to speak to this matter.
How would they do that? I mean, would they just, do they have to notify you, or do they just?
They could unmute and indicate if they're here for Meadow Lily, and if we don't hear anything, I would then assume that you could go to the rooms.
Okay, I'm sorry, mute.
They could unmute and indicate.
All right. Okay, is there anyone that's watching right now that wishes to speak? If so, unmute yourself and let me know, and we will allow you to speak for up to 5 minutes. Okay, thank you very much. So there being no other online speakers, we will go to in person in the breakout rooms. I think there's committee rooms 1 and 2 and 5. Let's go first to committee room 1 and 2. Is there someone there that wishes to speak on this matter?
Come up to the here. Is the group going, or is go first? You don't have to.
All right, if we could just get your name and address if possible, and then you'll have 5 minutes.
My name is Anna Maria Velastro. I'm at 133 John Street. The staff report states that public comments opposing this development haven't changed, even with the revisions. And you've heard those grievances again tonight. I don't understand how one applicant can change the entire character of an area, despite the collective voices of those that travel across the city to experience a rural country road charm of Meadow Lily. The design is jolting. It doesn't even try to embrace the cultural heritage value of Meadow Lily. All it offers is to hide behind cedar hedges. And I don't understand why this committee doesn't uphold these values and insist on integrating this design into the natural and rural characteristics of the area, because it's back now a second time. There are no demands placed on the applicant to utilize low impact development techniques to lessen the load of runoff into the Thames River. This development needs a pumping water station and its own storm water, which is an indication that it means it is an over intensification of the site. Why, as a planning committee, you cannot set a higher standard and point to values that have been identified in both official plans, the provincial policy statement, and by Londoners to achieve a less intrusive design, and respect the fact that Londoners want this area preserved. I'm under the impression that this committee must approve this application as is, because somehow it meets regulatory rules. The Natural Heritage Inventory Report from 2013 that helped identify the boundaries of Meadow Lily ESA Master Plan did not appear to survey this parcel of land for natural heritage features for wildlife or vegetation. The trees you can see through binoculars. You can see this on the maps. And the city's environmental management guides are from 2003. And the official plan is from 1989. And the environmental impact statement only dealt with buffers, stray cats, and bird strikes. The natural heritage section of the provincial policy statement was updated in 2014. It was controversial at the time because it weakened protection for the North, but it strengthened protection for Southern Ontario by using stronger language such as shall, a term that removes exemptions unless explicitly stated in policy, and the inclusion of ecological function, which cannot be fulfilled easily by prescriptive guidelines, like a pumping station, like cedar hedges. The city's regulatory rules are old. They're too old to adhere to the new rules of the provincial policy statement. A provincial significant wetland was confirmed in the inventory in 2013, commissioned by the City of London. That's your responsibility to make sure that no harm comes to that wetland. The provincial policy statement clearly states that in 2.8, development and site alteration shall not be permitted on adjacent lands to the natural heritage features and areas identified in 2.4, 2.5, and 2.6, unless the ecological function of the adjacent lands has been evaluated and it has been demonstrated that there would be no negative impacts on the natural features or their ecological functions. You haven't done that, which is required for you to meet the above criteria. The survey is already 8 years old. It was only an inventory. It did not measure ecological function as stated above. And the cookie cutter approach to the city's environmental management guidelines are old.
You have 30 seconds remaining.
This application needs to be sent back until it embraces a low impact approach to avoid ecological damage and integrates into the cultural heritage values of Meadow Lily. This one application should not be so dominant that it disturbs the very pleasure of visiting Meadow Lily ESA. And I really think this land should be expropriated. The city has expropriated a lot of land for traffic. The least you can do is expropriate it to expand green space. Thank you.
Thank you. Other speakers in the committee rooms? Please come forward if you wish to speak. Could I get your name, please, and your address if you like?
My name is Dorothy Stolarski. My address is 416 Wellington Street in Ingersoll, Ontario. I'm advocating for 147 Meadow Lily Road South that is my family home, and my mother still lives there. So I am making just a presentation and pivoting a bit from the letters that you're receiving today, but I do echo and support the previous speaker. So I'm going to just change things a little bit. I'm going to read a poem. It's entitled, I Am Green. I am not white or black or blue or red. I am green. I am green. I surround you. You come to me when you have sorrow or you need breath. I am green. I am green. You come to me when you want shelter. I am here for those that are caretakers of my being. I shelter the wise ones from the rain, wind, and snow. I am green. I am green. The foolish rip my foundation, overwork me, and their folly remains unnoticed. I wait for the caretakers because they are wise to advocate for me. My voice is but a whisper because I am green. I hear the caretakers' sorrows and give them breath because I am green. The caretakers come to advocate for me in my name, as I have many, one being Meadow Lily. Now is the time for leaders to see through the lens of the foolish and through the lens of the caretakers. For I am green and only speak in whispers. Not all hear me, but those that can heed my call and know what I am saying. I am green. So that's a poem just to summarize what we're going through with this application for the condo development. And maybe in another way to get through to City Council what Meadow Lily means to the people of London. I fought for many years between 2008 and 13, and we've done a lot. And now it's time for the residents to speak up. And I appreciate your time and hearing me today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other speakers in the committee rooms? Is there anyone in committee room 5, I should ask? Or am I just looking at the one room? We'll go ahead and commit.
There's no one in committee room 5.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. McKeating.
Okay, thank you. And I'm hoping that you can hear me through the mask. My name is Kelly McKeating. I live at 329 Victoria Street, and I am speaking on behalf of the Architectural Conservancy of Ontario's London Region Branch. We made a presentation at the PPM last October, and while there have been a couple of positive changes here, I think that we still have a number of concerns, as do many citizens of London. People may not believe it, but both ACO London and I are big supporters of urban intensification, so long as it's in the right location. Meadow Lily Road isn't the right location, in my opinion. This proposal to put a development squarely in the middle of one of the last remaining rural landscapes in the city is, in our view, the antithesis of urban intensification and the London Plan's emphasis on growing our city inward and upward. As other people have mentioned, this is a proposal to put 88 residential units within a U shape bounded on 3 sides by nature preserved protected land. Of concern in all of this is the precedent that could be set, because I understand that there is another property on Meadow Lily Road where there's also potential for development in the near future. I think that this is a place that should remain natural, and if it doesn't remain natural, the density should be a lot lower than 88 houses. If the proposed development does proceed, then I think that the buffering that is being proposed should be made stronger, rather than the manicured lawn that we see in the renderings. Very dense brush, trees and bushes on the city road allowance that basically make the townhouses invisible from the road would be a great idea. While 2 access points is certainly an improvement over 16 access points, a single access point at the south end of the development would be preferred. One of the concerns that I have with this proposal is not just what the developer is proposing, but also the collateral damage that the city might actually inflict on the area afterwards. The staff report makes reference to the road widening dedication. And while I understand and hope that road widening is not in the immediate future for Meadow Lily Road, I think the reality is that if you let these 88 housing units be built with 176 or so people who live in them, there's going to be more traffic, and eventually someone's going to say, it's not safe, we've got to widen the road, we've got to remove some trees to improve the sight lines, we've got to plow through and get rid of that blind curve. And you know, very soon, the magical place that is Meadow Lily Road and Meadow Lily Woods will not be there any longer. The Development Services Heritage Planning staff's recommendation that the property owner consider design refinements, including articulated massing and roof lines and different eaves heights to de-emphasize the dense urban character of the repeated 4-unit townhouse block, and I'm reading, doesn't appear to have been heeded. So we've got a very dense development being proposed in the wrong place of the wrong design. And I certainly hope that councillors decide to nix this in its current proposed form. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Next speaker in the committee room.
I hope you can hear through the mask.
Could I get your name, please?
Oh, Carol Richardson. I live on 1200 Riverside Drive in London.
Great.
And I'm a member of the executive of Friends of Meadow Lily Road, Meadow Lily Woods.
Go ahead.
I'd like to begin my comments by saying that I support any reduction in number of units that could be considered, hoping for a lowering of the R6 zoning. My opening question of the design as presented is, what will this look like? This development is being represented as low density, but it will increase the population of Meadow Lily Road by over 200%. Based on input from the previous public participation meeting, there have been definite improvements, especially lowering the numbers of driveways directly off Meadow Lily from 16, and I thought it was 1, but apparently it's 2. I don't know why there isn't just one road with egress and entrance. Sorry, excuse me. Now, I'm just making a note. Last Thursday, I turned left onto Meadow Lily Road from Commissioners Road, and I was quickly met by an older lady in a motorized wheelchair moving along the east side of the road in a southerly direction. Some children also use this road to walk to school or the YMCA located on Hamilton Road. I often encounter people rollerblading and many times pedestrians pushing baby strollers. That was really evident during the warm weather. Cyclists often use this as a transportation corridor to get to downtown and return. Can there be warning signs for both people and vehicles near this specific subdivision driveway, warning them of how little space there is to share the road, specifically at that location? And then I think the city should be honest in planning and answer this question. Is there a provision to widen the road? Because that's been brought up by Kelly as well. Since this is a rural setting, the developer has proposed shielding the view of the subdivision by a buffer with trees planted side by side. So they're trying to, hedge it as much as possible. But you won't retain the rural feeling with that kind of cedar intense hedge. Surely there is a native species of trees that would fill in to provide a visual barrier and not planted all in a row like soldiers, but in a way that perhaps alternatively, so that each tree has room to spread its branches. I'm sure there's good tree consultants that are available to the city to advise in order to allow future growth of each tree and which trees would thrive in that area. Also, that buffer along Meadow Lily Road is really narrow compared with the buffer to Highbury Woods. And I'm just wondering if there's any way that that could be adjusted with, a way wider buffer on the roadside. And maybe somehow if they could adjust it with the other side so that it would be of greater value to the neighbors. And then I was asking the question, and I'll leave my presentations because I appreciate the chair saying that some of our questions can be answered. We didn't expect them all to be answered today. But I just wondered what the different buffers were. And I heard tonight, I believe it's a 35-meter buffer with Highbury Woods, but I know it's narrower for the road. I'm requesting tonight that the Planning Environment Committee make a motion that City Council directs staff to include the following in any approval of the subdivision plan. That one native tree be planted for each residence, and that some kind of native thicket hedges of 1 to 2 meters be planted along all shared boundaries with the Meadow Lily Nature Preserve and Highbury Woods. This would be a way to prevent residents from throwing their garden waste over the fence into the natural areas. This has been a significant challenge in other subdivisions, in spite of best efforts by the City of London with pamphlets and signage discouraging this degradation of natural areas by introducing plants that can be invasive and can crowd out the natural species. This measure would also help prevent wildlife from invading the subdivision itself, as there's a significant deer population in that area. And it would also provide a haven for smaller wildlife, some of whom will be displaced by construction of this subdivision. All of these measures would
you have
help
30
climate change.
Excuse me, 30 seconds left.
Okay, and other people have mentioned this, but I wondered whether earth-friendly approaches could be taken, bird-friendly lighting, solar used for hot water heating, LED lighting, anything like that. And my question is, which municipal building codes have changed to make these earth-friendly options mandatory? Thank you sincerely for the opportunity to speak at the public participation meeting.
And thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to speak at the meeting? Okay.
Hello, my name's Andrew Stolarski. I live on 1140 Pondview Road, which is just as beautiful as Meadow Lily Road. It's located by Westminster Ponds. Single low-density residential homes are there. It's something, possibly what I was hoping the Meadow Lily would be, 12 to 16 homes to coincide with the homes on top of the hill. But I only have one quick question. I submitted to Rethink Zoning that Meadow Lily Road South be included in that. And I hope that it is put on record, because I think we have a lot of problems when it comes to zoning. And I think you need basically citizens to speak up in what they want for London and how they want to develop it. I remember 10 years ago when we did Rethink London, and we were proposing what was going to happen to Meadow Lily and surrounding areas. I think it was Mr. Fielding was our planner at that time. And I remember we were given tables and we did cutouts. And a lot of us on Friends of Meadow Lily Woods proceeded to put homes similar to what was already there running down to the bridge. And I wonder what happened to that. Didn't anybody see that? That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else in committee room 1 and 2 wishing to speak? Okay. Say last opportunity for public participation, calling once, twice. Okay, we're going to move to close the public participation meeting. By Council. Oh, there is someone, sorry.
Mr. Grant has raised his hand on the remote.
All right, Mr. Grant?
Hey, can you hear me all right?
I can hear you, yes. Go ahead.
Okay, great, thanks. Thank you. I know you asked.
We're not hearing Mr. Grant anymore.
I've asked him to unmute.
There we go. There we go. You got it?
Okay, could you start again?
Yeah, no problem. We don't like it. I think it's clear the citizens of London are not behind this idea. I've sat in on quite a few meetings now, and I don't see opposition to other developments. I mean, like, what's going to happen? Is this it? It just gets accepted. I don't understand why. I know all the wooded areas in the city, and Meadow Lily is everyone calls it a gem. It's a gem. It's a wild area. There are 30 people living on a road. And I don't know how many of you people have actually walked on this road. It's a steep, steep hill. One of the speakers talked about strollers and rollerbladers and runners and cyclists. That's how it's used. There are 30 people living on it. At the base of the hill, there's the footbridge. You guys had a ceremony 10 years ago or 15 years ago when the bridge was reopened. The City of London is aware of the character of this neighborhood. They celebrated it. And so it's having 90 new homes in a tiny country lane, it just doesn't make sense. Not from a neighborhood point of view. I mean, lots of people are already talking about the environmental impact. I won't even weigh in on that. Just from a safety and neighborhood point of view, it doesn't belong here. Nobody likes it. We don't want it. They filled out their applications properly, but I think the citizens have been clear that they don't want it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, anyone else now after Mr. Grant? All right, I'm going to ask again. Anybody wishing to speak? Once, twice? We'll close the public participation meeting. Somebody prepared to move that? Councillor Hopkins, seconded by Councillor Lewis. There's nothing further. We'll call that question. Councillor Lehman.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
All right, there were some questions raised from the public, and I'd like to just put them forward in some form, and hopefully I would ask staff, and if staff needs support from the applicant to try to answer them, I would ask you to be as brief as possible in answering the questions. The first question was whether there was a heritage study or an archaeological investigation attached to the application, or I take it undertaken as part of the application. Could staff answer that, please?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Mike Corby here. So as part of a complete application, the applicant was required to submit a heritage impact assessment, which was reviewed by our heritage staff, and they also submitted a stage 1 and 2 archaeological assessment, which was accepted by staff as well.
And I take it that's not attached to the application today, but it's something you reviewed, am I right?
So the heritage impact assessment they're not attached. The heritage impact assessment is available to the public. However, the archaeological assessment is not.
All right, thank you. And there was a question about some clarification on the different types of buffers and what the buffers were. And maybe you could just briefly set that out again.
I can take that through you, Mr. Chair. Bruce Page. There's about a 35-meter buffer set back from the edge of the drip line. In there, offset from the rear lot line is a fence, actually right on the property line, a fence, and then a pathway close to the rear lot lines, which would, in fact, limit any sort of encroachment or garbage into that natural heritage area.
Thank you. The one speaker raised the issue of having one mature tree for each resident and a hedge for every residence to deal with this garden waste issue. Is that something we've done in the past, or can you help me with that?
That wasn't contemplated with this application. There has been some compensation areas done in other developments. Right now, with the proposed application, there isn't compensation, but council could direct staff to require that.
Thank you. The next was a bird-friendly lighting question that was asked, and what standards we're using.
Through the chair, it's Mike Tees from Site Plan. The Site Plan Control Bylaw was recently amended within the last year and a half to include the goals for bird-friendly lighting, which is effectively downward lighting. And it is something that we'll be reviewing through the site plan process.
Thank you. And the last was how this development deals or integrates with the rethink the zoning process that we're going through. Someone can help me with that?
Through the chair, it's Greg Barrett speaking. Maybe I can take first cut at that. Rethink Zoning is actually just starting. This application is being reviewed under the current zoning bylaw. There's not a new zoning bylaw in place to be considered.
All right, thank you. All right, I'm gonna, I hope that helps. I just wanted to clarify those questions since they were asked, and I'm gonna turn the matter over to committee for questions, I think, first. Go ahead, Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for to the public for coming out. I do have a couple more questions, if I may, Mr. Chair, just to, since the public is listening in about the buffering. I understand it's 35 meters. Is that buffering around the three sides of the development, the 35 meters?
Go ahead, Scott.
Through the chair, it's Bruce Page speaking. It doesn't go around all three sides. It's narrower on the south and the north end, with but at the westerly end, it is that portion, and it'll vary a little bit as it moves in and out, and that would be from the edge of the drip line.
Do we know what the buffering will be, or is that still to be determined?
Go ahead.
We do know what the buffering is. Trying to pull up the site plan right now, but it'll indicate on the site plan what's on either side. In that buffer area, there'll be a landscape, we'll call it a landscape plan, but a buffer planting plan that would provide additional species in there that would protect the existing natural heritage feature. Just sort of looking, it looks like it's about 11 meters from the north. There's a buffer about 11 meters from the north, and so I was ringing the doorbell.
Do we lose Mr. Page, or is his dog just stepped in as?
My dog seems to be wanting to answer, sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. It happens.
So the buffer that's on the north and the south end will also have a landscaping plan associated with it, which will have natural vegetation in it.
Thank you for that. And there was a question around the widening of the road. Do we know for sure that the plans are not to be widened for the road?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, it's Garfield Dales from, excuse me, from Transportation. So we have identified road widening as part of the submission, but typically that, in a case like this, could accommodate obviously other things beyond pavement width in terms of drainage, sidewalks, active transportation facilities. So that would be the intent behind the road widening.
Thank you for that. I guess that's standard practice then for the city to take a certain amount for potential wide roading, but we aren't right now widening the road. I just wanted to make that clear to the public. And my last question, and Mr. Chair, I would like to maybe propose an amendment as well, is regarding the pumping station. And I know I spoke to one of the residents about the pumping station, and we heard in the presentation from staff that the applicant is responsible, or the condominium owners will be responsible for this pumping station. What would be the procedure for residents in this area if there is a problem with their own septic systems. I'm just wondering, would they just reach out to the city, or where would they be directed to deal with their, if they have challenges with their own septic systems with this development coming in?
And through the chair to the councillor, just clarification, you're asking what the adjacent neighbors would do if their septic systems failed?
Yes, as a result of this development. That was a question that was asked to me.
I guess the best approach would be for them to reach out to the city, but then if they were able to demonstrate that something occurred in their septic system, they could potentially have cause. That said, the septic system should be an independent and self-contained unit that the developer or the individual resident would not typically have an issue with from a development of this nature. In addition to that, staff in engineering are actually starting the process to look at a servicing study for Meadow Lily. And they'll be looking at finding a more permanent solution than just the pumping station. So in future, there could be an opportunity for these residents where they would be able to connect to municipal infrastructure as opposed to relying on septic.
Thank you for that information. I think that's quite helpful. I didn't think that the community realized that there would be some potential work being done in the future to provide water and sewer to their properties. So I know that's still to come. Mr. Chair, if I may, just I would like to propose an amendment given listening to the public. And again, I want to thank the public for coming out. We heard a lot of questions around the heritage impact statement. And staff did say that it's not, the assessment, the heritage impact assessment is not available to the public. And I would like to propose an amendment that we add that or give staff direction to add that to the recommendation. And I think we heard loud and clear from the community that they'd like to see it, understand it. But we also see that this process, even though we're dealing with the zoning application, we're also looking at the site plan application as well at the same time here. And it's important information to go to be added to this recommendation. So if the amendment could be giving staff direction to add the heritage impact assessment to this recommendation, and I would respectfully add the F part on our Latch report that also asks civic administration be requested to include the London Advisory Committee on Heritage on future approvals for this matter, and to consult the Latch on the HIA related matters. I think it all kind of works together. We've heard loud and clear from this community. We can't ignore the concerns about the importance of the heritage significance in this area. And I think this will just add to the process that is being undertaken at the moment. Site plan is being looked at as well as zoning. And so I don't know if the clerk's got that. It's the
okay, so I did ask for questions first, but you've sort of gone beyond that now and you want to bring a motion.
Well, I'll come back to it.
Yeah, and just one thing, just to be clear, it wasn't that the heritage study isn't available to the public. It is available, it just wasn't appended to this report.
Maybe I can get clarification from staff, because I heard that the study is available, but not the assessment, the HIA. And that is what I would like
okay, well, let's clarify that then. Staff, can you clarify that, please?
Through you, Madam, or Mr. Chair, it's Mike Corby here again. Just to clarify that the HIA, the Heritage Impact Assessment, is available to the public. Possibly with the new website, a lot of information was removed because it wasn't AODA compliant, but it is available and they can email me to get a copy of it. It's the archaeological assessment that is not available to the public.
That's what I understood. So just so we're clear. Okay, so why don't we finish questions, and then if people want to bring motions, perhaps we can do that, and things can proceed sort of orderly, and that we'll be getting all the information we need, and then bringing any motions or things such as that. Councillor Lewis, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll just focus on my question for now. I'll come back to my comments later. Right in section A of the staff recommendation, designation of the subject lands from an urban reserve community growth designation to a low density residential designation and open space designation. But when I open the city zoning bylaw, section 10, the zone being requested is an R6-5 special provision. The R6 zone in our own language on our own website says these zone variations provide for and regulate medium density development in various forms and clusters of housing and single detached dwellings to townhouses and apartments. So the staff recommendation says low density, but the zone being requested is medium density. So can staff please, through you, Mr. Chair, clarify which is correct?
Go ahead, staff.
Through you, Mr. Chair. The zone does say medium density residential in terms of the uses. It does permit a range of uses and a range of densities. This zone is commonly used in low density residential areas, however, to implement cluster townhomes, whether it's all single detached dwellings or a mixture. In this case, the resulting density of this development is 27 units per hectare, which is in keeping with the policies of low density residential. And also in the London plan, which is the future official plan of the site, does not regulate by density, it regulates by form policies more so. So it is in keeping with the low density policies and the neighborhood place size policies of the London plan.
Councillor.
So just a quick follow up then, because staff referenced the future London plan. And I would argue, but I'll save the comments about the form not fitting for later. So which is in effect, the 1989 official plan or the London plan? Which policies are in force right now, Mr. Corby, through you, Mr. Chair?
Staff?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's Mr. Yeoman. We are in one of those situations, which we have been for a number of years now, where both plans are in force and effect. So we are considering both plans. The London plan is the most current plan of council's thinking and articulation of the planning framework for our city. To the councillor's question about the zoning not matching up with the preamble and the recommended designations, that is one of the challenges we have with the zoning bylaw that we have currently in place. It is not fully aligned with the London plan in terms of the preamble. If you recall, a report was taken from planning policy to the committee not too long ago to explain this discrepancy, recognizing that we are going to be applying the zone that implements the policies of the London plan, recognizing that they do have to be updated through the Rethink London zoning process.
Any further questions? No? Any other questions from the committee before we get into debate? Councillor Lehman.
Thank you. In the comments, the urban reserve community growth designation was referenced. I wonder if staff could explain what that is and why this area would have been given this designation.
Go ahead, staff.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Mike Corby again. Basically, this designation is used on lands that we will see develop in the future, but at some point or at that point in time, they weren't ready to develop. You would have seen it in North London as lands were annexed, and then a secondary plan would come over those lands and redesignate them and rezone them to residential or commercial uses. So these lands were identified that they'd have the potential to develop in the future. And so it remains there until, in this case, it's not a secondary plan, but now we have a plan of subdivision ahead of us that's looking to redesignate those lands. So it's almost like a placeholder to simplify it until development applications come in.
Okay, any further questions? All right. So I'll turn it over to committee now for debate, and don't know who wishes to start out. I know Councillor Hopkins had a suggested amendment. Go ahead.
Thank you for that. So getting back to what we heard loud and clear is that heritage impact assessment is important to understand. And as we deal with the site plan process, at the same time as we are dealing with the zoning change here, I would ask the committee to support amendment to attach or give staff direction to attach, I think, the HIA, which I understand there is an archaeological plan there too, but I think Latch refers to the HIA, and I would like to attach that assessment to this recommendation along with the paragraph F, which you will find in the Latch report, requesting that that Latch be notified for future approvals for this matter and to consult with Latch on the HIA related matters as well. So I think it's important that it be part of this recommendation and looking for a seconder.
Councillor Lewis is seconding that. So any debate on the amendment?
Oh.
Go ahead, Claire.
Thank you, through the chair. So is the councillor moving the staff recommendation with the addition of the F? Or just the consideration of the F part at this point?
I think she's just moving the amendment, but I'll let her speak for herself. All right.
I'm adding just an F clause to the recommendation, giving staff direction to attach the HIA to this recommendation, along with paragraph F to work with Latch on future considerations as it relates to the HIA.
Okay. I'm confused because we moved in an amendment earlier, but Councillor Lewis, you said you would second that?
I did, and now I am a little confused and need some clarification because I just say this respectfully to Councillor Hopkins, I don't actually support the staff recommendation, although I support what you're trying to add to it. If it were to pass, I would certainly want to see those things, but I think from a process position, because we don't have the staff recommendation on the floor yet, I'm not sure where we're going with this.
Okay, so is somebody prepared to move the staff recommendation? That's what we need to do then. Is someone prepared to move the staff recommendation? The mayor is prepared to move it. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Hillier is seconding it. I think, and to be fair to Councillor Hillier, he wants to get it on the floor. And he may not agree with it either, but I don't want, sometimes people think if they're moving and seconding, they're approving of it, but in fact, they're just trying to get it on the floor. So the staff recommendation is on the floor. So now let's have a debate on that. Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So some comments on this application. You know, I grew up in a bit of a rural setting myself, and I will say that to me, 88 condos are not a rural character setting. The form that I see in the proposal is not respective of the rural character of the road. You know, I'm mindful of the fact that just a couple of hours ago now, we had a recommendation to not allow the Humane Society to have some parking with a 10-meter buffer next to a tree alley. And now we're being told it's okay to drop an 88 unit condo complex basically in the middle of a forest. You know, before I was on this council, many years before, as a community concerned citizen, I worked with people like Gina Barber and Irene Matheson to push back against the commercialization of the corner of Meadow Lily Road South and a Smart Centers Walmart development because of the impact it was going to have on the ESA. And I have the exact same concerns about the intensity of this residential development that's before us tonight. You know, while there may be some conflicting preamble, I think an R6 zone, that what I'm seeing is a medium density development, and I don't think it's an appropriate development for this particular neighborhood. You know, as I was reading through the application, I also saw reference to, well, you know, if parking's an issue, we'll move to no parking on the street and people can park at Citywide Sports to access the ESA. I certainly don't think that that's frankly a relevant or an appropriate solution. On game nights where there's football or soccer going on, the parking at the Citywide Sports Complex is dedicated to that use, and that's why we put it there. And we'd be effectively closing off an access point to the ESA for the community as well. It says right in the report, this is an intensification that's both outside the built area boundary and isn't in a primary transit area. The traffic on Commissioners is already very heavy. It's a primary artery, and given the proximity to Highbury's Cloverleaf access, there would have to be signalized traffic at that intersection, and that puts two signalized controls very close together. You are quadrupling the residential population or more on this small little street, and for the residents, traffic will be a problem. Access getting in and out of Meadow Lily Road South will be a problem, as will the noise and the light pollution that was referenced by residents tonight. You know, in the report, it indicates the right-of-way of the road itself provides a buffer for the ESA, but the animal life that calls the ESA home doesn't recognize the road as a boundary. And if you are walking there at the right time, and I have been out there for hikes, you will see coyotes on the road, you will see deer on the road, you will see other wildlife in abundance in that area. The report indicates that in 2014, Latch requested a cultural heritage landscape assessment, and that actually wasn't done. The assessment was limited to the ESA itself. So when I look at Meadow Lily Road, and I've been out there many times, this proposal does not fit the neighborhood. It does not respect the natural environment in the area, and it raises all kinds of concerns for me that we heard from the citizens tonight as well. So I will not support this staff recommendation. I think this is just not an appropriate development, and to me, as I said before, an R6-5, to me, it's in the preamble, that's a medium density development, what I'm seeing here tonight.
Thank you. Councillor Lehman, you wanted to speak?
Thank you. I drove out to this area. It's the first time I've had the pleasure to see this little gem in our city. When I entered Meadow Lily Road, it struck me it was not a road, but more of a laneway that kind of provided entrance into a conservation area. You know, when I looked at the particular site in question, it's a very small site in the middle of Meadow Lily Woods and Highbury Woods. And then when I look at the map, on the city map, I see a very small separation right in the middle of both these conservation areas or ESAs, splitting the two. You know, we've heard from folks tonight that have expressed concerns of, you know, how this will impact this area. And I can see where they're coming from, because you know, as I was out there, I thought about, you know, how it would look with 10 townhouse blocks and a density of 88 units, and it didn't really seem to fit, you know, this particular area. And I think of the future, you know, and there will be road widening and you know, light posts put in, and probably further development of this area that will come from this. I just don't think this development fits the nature of this particular area. So I think I'm going to listen to what other councillors have to say, but I really hear what the folks have been saying tonight and their concerns, because having experienced that area for myself, I can sympathize and I understand where they're coming from.
Councillor Hillier.
Thank you very much. Let me close this. Okay, here we are again. Another proposal checks off all the boxes on the London plan. Similar to the sidewalk issue in that lots of people don't want it, but it does fit the London plan. Just another reason I don't like these all-encompassing plans. Now, the big difference between Meadow Lily Woods ESA and the sidewalk issue is simple. Residents don't drive from all over the area to visit your sidewalk, but they do come to visit our Meadow Lily Woods, and we love it. My family enjoys the area. We walk there. It's gorgeous, as do my neighbors and Londoners from all over the city. And believe me, I've heard from all of them on this issue. Now, the development community understands that the land beside these ESAs is very valuable, and they are going to try and maximize every square meter of land as any business person would. It just makes sense. And because of this, we need zoning in place to protect these buffer zones around our ESAs so they don't become concentration points for developers. Please keep in mind, 129 Meadow Lily Woods is just up the road and it's already being discussed for development. And what happens here tonight will set the direction for the area around an ESA, creating an example for future developments. I believe that rethink zoning will address some of the future problems, but I'm wondering, is it too late to save the buffer area around Meadow Lily Woods? If council says no and the project fits the London plan, what are the chances of it being appealed and the odds of us winning? I'd like to hear from staff on what the process would be if we turn down the project and possibly change the zoning in the buffer areas around the ESA to limit development.
It's almost a legal question that you're asking about what will happen if we turn down an application and the repercussions of us making a vote on a certain area. I don't know how staff feels about that, but I'm uncomfortable with that kind of question being asked. I mean, it's up to us as a committee, Councillor, to decide if we want to go along with the staff recommendation or not, but then to further ask staff, by the way, we're not going to agree with your recommendation. Tell us what's going to happen. I'm not sure that's within their purview. So if you have another way of asking it or what?
I will withdraw that question and reserve the right to come back.
You sound like a lawyer. Mayor Holder.
So I'll reserve my right, Councillor, to make some comments on this and why I support the staff recommendation. Look, this came forward when the developer, I believe in good faith, made a decision to develop the property. Concerned neighbors expressed a number of concerns and it was appropriately modified. You heard some folks today say that they wished it could be modified more. Some and many others said, no, we don't want it at all. I get that. But you know, here you've got a developer, again, I believe acting in good faith, who has shown flexibility. Look at the recommendations made by staff in terms of their rationale. It's consistent with PPS 2020. It conforms to the enforced policies of the 1989 official plan. It conforms to the enforced policies of the London plan. And that it's considered appropriate in conformity, both with the London plan and official plan as recommended and consistent with the provincial policy statement. If this gets defeated at committee and council, yes, I do believe and I'm not here to suggest, but I do believe that the developer will take this to LPAT. And then what will ever happen will happen, except we've at least delayed things a year. But you know what we're saying by turning this down? We're saying that no development ever can be made compatible with an ESA. And if that's what we're saying, so be it. But that's really what we're saying. And I think there are bigger implications to this than just simply saying, after we've heard from really thoughtful residents about their genuine concerns, and we've heard from staff about their position. What I think we're saying if we defeat this is no. If there's enough community concern associated with an ESA, we will not support it. I'm not sure that's exactly what I heard, but really that's the outcome. But would I be surprised if this gets ultimately defeated at council that it wouldn't go before LPAT? Well, that's up to the developer to make that decision. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Van Holst, I see your hand is up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I may have a question or two, but first I'll thank the proponent. The changes that were made, I think, address a number of the issues, and I was pleased to see those. A number of people have asked for a bigger buffer. You know, I myself have in the past walked that area weekly. It's very close to my home, and I wondered, there's a 35-meter buffer between the development and the west. I wonder if it would be possible to shift it further, that whole subdivision, shift that further, so there's a bigger buffer between the ESA to the east. And there might be an opportunity to put in a berm along the road, and then that would shield that even more from the people who would be walking by. But I wondered through you, since this was suggested by some of the residents, if staff could address that issue. Is that a possibility?
Staff, go ahead if you can answer that.
Thank you, and through the chair to the councillor. We could certainly look at expanding the buffer, but that would mean we'd be looking at a new site plan application, and we'd essentially be changing the entire layout of the plan at this point. So we'd essentially be starting from scratch.
Thank you, councillor.
Okay, well, that's unfortunate. It does look on the map like it could just be translated, and if I cut out the little picture, I could slide it to the west a bit. But I'll take you at your word. That was the question. And just so people understand, I mean, and the mayor said that this was purchased, and there was the developer sought to place some housing here in good faith. I think we're obliged to allow some form of development, but in the preamble, when it says low residential, are we obliged to rezone this to at least one of those R6 zoning? So, for instance, could we insist that it was in R6-1, for instance, which says that there's only single detached dwellings allowed, as opposed to the R6-5, which allows for also semi-detached, duplex, triplex, townhouse dwelling, stacked townhouse dwelling, apartment buildings, and fourplex dwellings. So there's a question I'll pose, just so we get a better understanding of what we are facing and what our obligations are.
Okay, the question, I hope staff understood the question or got the question.
And through the chair, if I've got it correct, and perhaps councillor can confirm, looking at changing the density through the zoning to look at potentially a different product on the site, is that correct?
Right. So if I guess that are we obliged to allow development on this site might be the first question.
And through the chair, so through the report that was tabled in October, we identified that development was appropriate for this site. And the form of development that's been proposed is something that staff feel is consistent with the policy of the London Plan and zoning. So if we were to change the plan at this point and change the density, we'd potentially be looking at a new application, and we'd be, again, going back to the beginning.
Right.
I think that's the challenge, councillor, that offering up things which substantially change what's before us would be a new application. And I mean, that's where we are, so.
Okay. So I guess I understand that well enough then. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments on this matter? Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, I have a question before I put my amendment back on again, but my question is if, because I'm just kind of seeing how the voting is going to go here. If this fails, what are the, what's the timelines before the applicant can appeal this?
Go ahead, staff, just on the time limits.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Basically, once council makes their decision and the notice goes out, there's the 20-day appeal period. So they'll have 20 days within your decision and notice going out to make that appeal for the decision.
Thank you for that. Boy, so this is a tough one here because we've heard loud and clear the importance of listening to the public, and we've heard that this is a little bit too intense. Is there a possibility of just referring this back to the applicant to see if we can make some further changes? Through you, Mr. Chair.
I think what the question would be is whether that would be productive or not. You know, is there some opportunity for changes, or is this the sort of final thing that's been arrived at through it being referred back? I think it was referred back before, was it not? So I think that would be helpful probably to know.
Through the chair, and perhaps one of my colleagues might want to jump in if I've got this slightly incorrect, but I believe that we're past our statutory timeline at this point. So the applicant would be able to appeal for non-decision. And we've presented some options and suggested that the development is appropriate for this property. Hopefully that helps. I'm not sure if anyone else wants to add anything.
I think it's wise not to, from my point of view, and I appreciate the position we're putting staff in. So I think it rests with the committee to deal with what they wish to do. So thank you very much.
So, Mr. Chair, I would like to put forward my amendment.
All right. So
to the recommendation, because I think when I originally started off with, it was to, hold on, I can't see what it is. So it is up on the board here, and I guess I'm looking for a seconder.
Well, can I just clarify with the clerk what the clerk wishes us to do? So the motion itself is moved and on the floor, the main motion. So how does Councillor Hopkins get her amendments? Can she just move now to amend the motion? We deal with her motion and then the main motion as amended? That's what I would think we would do. All right, go ahead then, Councillor. You have a motion, and if you want to present it, we'll amend the main motion, and then we'll go back and vote on the main motion, with yours included.
So my amendment appears up on the board here, that civic administration be requested to include the HI with any recommendation, and continue to consult with the London Advisory Committee, which is LATCH, on future approvals for this matter, and to consult with LATCH on the HIA-related matters. That's my amendment.
All right, so that was seconded by Councillor Lewis. So just so the committee's aware, we're not voting on the main motion. We're just making some changes to adding to the recommendation before we vote on it in its entirety. So any comments on the amendment? All right, yes, Mayor Holder.
I'll be prepared to support the Councillor Hopkins amendment.
Thank you. So unless there's something further, we'll call the question on that.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
All right, that was the easy part of this. So we've amended the motion, and now the main motion as amended is on the floor. Is there anyone else wishing to speak before we call the vote on this matter? All right, I'll turn the chair over to Councillor Hopkins.
I have the chair, Councillor Squire.
So I think we're putting ourselves into a somewhat difficult position. I appreciate all of the comments that were made by the public. The first point I would make to the public is I think the option and the idea that there would be no development on this site is not one that is probably supportable under the London Plan or any of our policies. I don't know if that's the position of some of my colleagues, but I think that's a challenge. So then we're left with the proposal that staff in good faith has reached with the developer that they're recommending to us. So if we vote against it, they will appeal and they'll have a wonderful record, in my opinion, for appealing, in that our staff has recommended this, so that then when they go to the next level, probably, you know, I'm just not guessing, but I think the fact that council may not support this development, there's another avenue for the developer to proceed with it. So I think we should all be aware of that at this point in time, that may or may not be the result, and that doesn't have to change the vote at all. So that's where we are, and so we'll proceed on from there. I know the ward councillor wanted to speak again, and that's about it. I'll turn it back over to you, Vice Chair.
I'll return the chair back to you, Councillor Squire.
Okay, Councillor Hillier, go ahead.
Actually, thank you very much, but the questions have been asked and answered.
All right, Councillor Hopkins, go ahead.
Yeah, if I can make my comments now, and I'm going to reserve the right to change my mind before council as well. And this is a really difficult one for me. I want to let this committee know. And I remember many years ago when one of the owners transferred the land over to the Land Trust, Talbot Trust Fund. And there was this feeling in this community that there was going to be hope to preserve this area, to maintain it in its natural state. There was such optimism. I remember those conversations. I wish we could keep it that way, but the reality is there's going to be some form of development here, and I am not prepared to have this go right now to an appeal process, because we know there may be more development on this property. And I would like to think that we can work with this applicant to minimize the impacts as much as possible. I've got concerns around the buffering as well. It's great to hear 35 meters on one side, but 11 meters on another side has concerns for me. And how do we embrace the natural area? I was involved many, many years ago in an application very similar to this. And I hear the angst in this community. I felt it. And now I'm in a position here because of my concerns that there may be more coming forward here. I am going to, for this moment, support this recommendation. And I want to thank the committee for supporting the amendment that I brought forward. But I know when this comes to council, there'll be a further debate. I think that it is really important that we really understand what may happen here. And again, this is very difficult, but I will, for now, be supporting the motion.
Any further comments? All right. Then I'm going to call the vote on the amended staff recommendation.
Has it come up, Chair?
Not yet, Mr. Mayor. It's up now.
Thank you.
Closing the vote, the motion fails 2-4.
All right, so we're going to take a brief break now. I'm suggesting 15 minutes, which will take us to about 10 to 8. Give you a chance to get something to drink and use the washroom. So I need a motion for a recess. Mr. Yeoman, you wanted to say something?
Forgive me, Mr. Chair, my apologies. With the failure of the motion to approve the staff recommendation, I believe there still does need to be a determination on the application that is before you per the Planning Act.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, or Mr. Chair, it's Kathy, if I could help. It's just there's no recommendation that goes forward to council. The council will debate it and make a decision at that meeting.
Thank you. So the motion for recess is moved by Councillor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Hopkins. All in favor? Hand vote is fine. We will be back at about, it's getting close to 22. Why don't we say 5 to 8? And we're going to go to item 3.6 on the agenda, which is a public participation meeting for 1153 to 1155 Dundas Street. And I will just need a motion to open the public participation meeting. Councillor Lewis is moving to open it, and Councillor Lehman is seconding. Unless there's something more, which I'm hoping there won't be, we'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
Thank you very much. Staff presentation, please.
Good evening, Chair Squire, members of the committee, staff, and members of the audience. My name is Laurel Davies Snyder. I'm a planner with urban regeneration in city planning, and I have a very brief presentation for the planning application for 1153-1155 Dundas Street, which is in your agenda package. So in terms of the subject site, it's located on the southeast corner of Dundas and Eleanor Streets, as shown on the map in your package. It's in an older industrial area called the Smokestack District, which is transitioning away from light industrial uses to a range of different uses more in line with the current economy. It's a listed building built around 1919, currently used as a warehouse, wholesale establishment with some office support. In terms of transportation and access, it's accessible by sidewalks surrounding the site, which you can see in some of the pictures I've provided. Serviced by public transit, parking is located at the rear of the site, and it's within walking distance of established neighborhoods. In terms of the requested amendment, there are two. I did neglect to put one on the slides, and I apologize for that. One is a zoning bylaw amendment from the applicant, and the request is to change the zoning from light industrial 2 to a site-specific business district commercial zone, which would allow for a mix of office, retail, artisan workshops, restaurant, craft brewery, and a reduction in parking and exemption of outdoor patio spaces from parking requirements. So the special provision part of this amendment is to reduce the parking to permit 55 on-site parking spaces at the rear. 4 of those will be accessible, and to exempt outdoor patio spaces up to 225 meters square from parking requirements. There's also an official plan amendment as part of this application. The city undertook an OPA to bring the 1989 official plan designation into conformity with the London Plan place type. More specifically, this is a change from light industrial to Main Street commercial corridor, and that's consistent with the rapid transit corridor place type. So through the public process, no concerns were identified by the public. There were 3 issues or areas of focus that I wanted to highlight, which are outlined in the report and were outlined as part of the circulation and application. The first is heritage and built form. So the proposed project is actually what we call an adaptive reuse project of the site and building. Renderings of the proposed development are on pages 523 and 524 of your agenda package. There's no change proposed to the massing or height of the building, and the proposed work will enhance the building. So its heritage and street presence, repairing the brick, removing blocked windows, removing cladding where possible, and highlighting the entrances will all enhance the building and its placement on the street. In terms of heritage and built form, the proposal is consistent with the policies and directions and priorities of the provincial policy statement, the London Plan, the 1989 official plan, and Heritage Places 2.0. There were no concerns from the city's heritage planner, and of note, the owner is interested in pursuing designation in the future. The second issue is species at risk, chimney swifts and barn swallows. There were occurrences of chimney swifts on the subject site and occurrences of barn swallows identified in the general area. In this type of situation, the applicant is required to complete a species at risk field assessment, which they did, to address the policies and requirements of these species at risk. This assessment was accepted by the Species at Risk branch of the Ministry of the Environment, and the assessment was also reviewed and accepted by the city's ecologist, who has no concerns with moving forward. The final issue or area of focus identified is public transit, active transportation, and parking. This is an adaptive reuse parking project, and the applicant is asking for a reduction in parking. So it was important to understand all of these issues. The proposal is consistent with the planning framework of the provincial policy statement, the London Plan, the 1989 official plan, which do encourage and support transit supportive development, reducing vehicular use and active transportation, and using existing sites and infrastructure. The proposed parking of 55 spaces is located at the rear of the site, which is also in line with design principles in the London Plan. I'd like to note that a parking study was completed as part of a complete application, and the applicant has consulted with site plan to ensure that the site functions as well as possible. The site is in the rapid transit corridor place type. It's on a rapid transit boulevard, well supported and serviced by existing and planned public and active transportation networks, and within walking distance of on-street parking, established neighborhoods, and future residential. I'd also like to note that due to the mix of uses, it's anticipated that parking demand and peak usage will vary throughout the day. The request for reduction in parking is supported by the City of London Transportation. So in conclusion, this was a very quick summary. Staff recommends that the requested amendments to the zoning bylaw and official plan are approved. For these reasons, the proposed uses and mixed use nature of the development are consistent with and support the planning framework and legislation, so the provincial policy statement, the official 1989 official plan, and the London Plan. The adaptive reuse project supports our key goals, including Council's commitment to reducing and mitigating climate change through adaptive reuse of a building and site, reducing reliance on private vehicles. Conservation and heritage of a listed building is another goal that this proposal would be achieving. And the mixed-use development in existing settlement areas, supporting regeneration, providing for cultural and economic opportunities, also implements policies and directions in the London Plan. This concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer questions, as are my colleagues, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much. Any technical questions from the committee? There being none, then I will look to any comments from the public. I don't have anyone listed. I don't know if the applicant wanted to make some brief comments. Oh, there is someone, I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, councillors, Mr. Mayor. My name is Michael Pearson. I live on 1195 King Street. I have a concern with the craft brewery. Craft breweries used to be quaint establishments that, you know, older men that would stir big vats of brew, but basically they're bars now, most of them. And we already have two other bars in that area within a stone's throw, one on Ashland and Dundas, and then the Powerhouse Brewery, Paradigm Spirits. There's an outdoor patio and bar. So that would be 3 drinking establishments with 1 to 2 would have outdoor drinking within a stone's throw. Most of that area is residential. And yes, there has always been commercial, but that would definitely change the nature of the area. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Anybody else in committee room 1 and 2? Go ahead.
Hello, thank you for allowing me to speak. I have concerns that, well, first of all, I'm really glad that something's being done with that building. There's been a lot of graffiti, you know, drug gangs and stuff like that. So I'm glad that something's being done with it. However, I do have concerns with a bar, a patio, basically, with people drinking. There's already issues, concerns with prostitution, drug dealers, people being stabbed. There was a man just this year stabbed a half a block from my house. And that was just outside the pub that my husband mentioned. So I have witnessed We've been there for 15 plus years. And I see problems with prostitution. And I really have a concern with another facility like this and all that it brings to the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public? Oh, sorry, I need to get your name, excuse me. The person that just spoke, I need her name. Sorry to bring you back up.
That's okay. It's Susan Pearson, and I live at the same house as my husband, Michael.
There you go. Thank you. Any other members of the public? All right, I don't know if the applicant wishes to speak and could perhaps address the issue that was raised by the two members of the public, if you could.
Good evening, Chair and committee members. My name is Ben McCauley. I'm with Zelenka Paramo Limited, representing the property owner. To address the concerns that were just brought to our attention from the public, I'd just like to thank them for coming out and providing that feedback. Compared to the existing range of uses that are in the building, we believe that the proposed range of uses will be a positive addition to the community. And in terms of the concern about outdoor establishments or areas that are relevant to this proposal, in a form, there has been a maximum of 225 square meters established here as part of our exemption from the outdoor patio space from the parking requirement. So in a form here, we would have to basically provide more parking if we were to go over that 225 square meters, and we don't have an intention to go over that 225 square meters, and it may even be less. So that's just a way to, I guess, try to alleviate some of the concerns with the outdoor space.
Okay, maybe you could just, so that I understand, when you seem to say it's only 225 meters, does that mean it would be a small patio compared to, say, the ones in the other areas, such as the brew pub at Kellogg's?
In comparison, it would be smaller. It's the intent here is for the craft brewery to be associated with a restaurant use. It's not necessarily exclusively a restaurant use, and nor will the parking area be a large patio.
Thank you. I think there's no other speakers then. We could close the public participation meeting. Somebody move that. Councillor Hopkins, seconded by Councillor Lehman. Unless there's anything else, call the vote.
Chair, my screen is frozen. I'll vote yes.
Thank you.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 6-0.
I'll move it.
Seconded by Councillor Lewis. And is there any further discussion on the motion? Sorry about that. Councillor Helmer.
Councillor Helmer.
Yeah, I'm terrible at seeing the hand. I'm the kind of person you got to yell at, but I know Councillor Helmer won't do that, so he's too polite for that. So go ahead, Councillor Helmer. You're on.
Thanks. Through the chair, I just wanted to say I'm glad to see that the recommendation's already been moved and seconded. This is a very positive development proposal, really in keeping with the transition of what was a industrial area that's really moving into a much more commercial, recreation, entertainment kind of focused corridor. And it's obviously building on the success that's happened with 100 Kellogg. I was just talking to the fellow who owns the property across the street at the old McCormick factory about what he thought about this proposal, and he thought it was very well in line with what we're seeing all up and down the corridor, and even with what they want to do on the other side of the street with that very large a redevelopment of the old factory site. And I think that the density of the craft breweries, a little bit in contrast to what we heard from the residents who live down the street on King, it's actually a very positive thing to have them located relatively close together. You have some on Burbrook, Anderson, and the London Brewing Co-op, some on the south side of Dundas at Powerhouse, and then this one. And I think it's going to create a really good draw for people who are interested in that particular kind of activity to come into the area, bring people in, and it's a great tourism kind of draw to have everything close together like that. So I'm glad to see the proposal. It's certainly much better than the vacant building that's there now, and the repurposing of the heritage building and keeping it intact. I think it's really important. Like this is a building that could have gone the other way, and it's great to see an owner that wants to work with what they've got, create something unique, and bring some new things into this part of the neighborhood. So hopefully people will support it. Great project.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Any Councillor Lewis, you wanted to comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief because Councillor Helmer covered off a lot of what I wanted to say anyway, and he and I agree on this one for sure. I do want to acknowledge to the residents. Certainly, we hear the concern, and I have to say that it's not sadly unique to your neighborhood. It's a concern that we hear in many parts of the city, including further east in the Argyle area. But often the redevelopment of properties and the feet on the street, as it's described, can actually help reduce some of those problems. So while we're not dismissing your concerns, I think that this development may actually help address some of them. So thank you for taking the time to come tonight.
Thank you. Any further comments? It's been moved and seconded. I'll call the vote on this.
Closing the vote.
Moving on to item 3.7, which is a public participation to the temporary outdoor patio expansion. And we'll have to open the public participation meeting, moved by Councillor Lehman, seconded by Councillor Lewis. Unless there's something further, I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
Presentation.
Through the chair, if I may, I'd like to introduce Jasmine Hall, who is a new planner who recently started with the city back in December. And this is her first time presenting to the committee. We don't have any slides, but Jasmine is happy to provide a very brief overview of the recommendation that's before you.
Welcome to the committee, Jasmine, and brief is good. So go ahead. Without pressure put on you, go ahead.
Great, thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. The item before you is a citywide zoning bylaw amendment to allow seasonal outdoor patios as a permitted use. COVID-19 social distancing rules greatly reduce the interior capacity for businesses. So the AGCO and the city allowed for the expansion of licensed establishments. The London Recovery Network and the Back to Business groups heard support for more permanent regulatory changes to allow for temporary patio expansion. The current zoning bylaw allows for outdoor patios for restaurants and taverns and has regulations for capacity, location, loading, lighting, and parking. Parking is required for that added gross floor area from the outdoor patio space at the same ratio as the interior GFA. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment 9300 allows seasonal outdoor patios as a permitted use. Regulations include that they are only permitted between March 15th and November 15th. There's a minimum 6-meter setback from residential only zones. There's no additional parking required. Seasonal outdoor patio spaces are permitted within spaces designated for commercial uses and not permitted in areas for residential parking. and all other outdoor patio regulations still apply to seasonal outdoor patios. Staff recommends that the proposed bylaw be introduced at the municipal council meeting on April 13th, 2021 to amend zoning bylaw Z-1 to add regulations related to seasonal outdoor patios. Staff is now prepared to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you very much. Any technical questions only? Councillor Lehman.
Through to staff, would this apply citywide or just to certain BIAs?
Go ahead.
Through the chair, this is a citywide bylaw amendment. Thank you for the question.
All right. Thank you very much. So I don't have any indication of pre-registration for delegations. So is there anybody in any of the rooms or online?
Mr. Chair, there's no one online regarding this matter.
Thank you. And nobody's standing up. Okay. So I think we can close the public participation meeting. I just need a motion. Mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Hopkins, seconded by Councillor Lewis. Unless there's something further, I'll call the question.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
Recommendation moved by Councillor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Hopkins. Any discussion, hopefully brief? Not to cut anybody off, but hopefully brief. Go ahead, Councillor.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'll be brief. I just think this is a great opportunity to support businesses in the London area. Citywide, obviously, is really important here. And there's something to be said when you are out and about. I know it was suggested that sometimes there is a concern that could be had with people drinking outside, but there is that element of eyes on the street and a sort of a great way for people to be outside and enjoying the businesses. So very supportive of this coming forward.
Thank you. Anything further? Mayor Holder?
Thanks very much. First, I'd like to thank our staff member for introducing and explaining what we're looking to do here. And I appreciated her explanation and the rationale behind it. I support both councillors' direction to proceed with this. If there's a time, particularly now as we've moved into red, to be able to support thoughtfully businesses, particularly in the restaurant and bar area around the city, that's important, but specifically in this area here. So I would look I'd look to have colleagues support this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Any further comments? If not, I'm going to call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
Moving to 8, which is a public participation meeting with regard to 1478 Westdale Bourne. And we'll have to open the public participation meeting. Moved by Councillor Lehman, seconded by Councillor Lewis as I stare him down to do that. Anything further? I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
This is when you'll have to keep an eye on me, because as I get going quickly, I something. So please keep your eye on me as we move forward. Staff presentation, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Larry Mottram with Development Services, Senior Planner, and I have a verbal presentation only.
Thank you.
Okay, this is an application by Town Line Orchard Property Limited for approval of draft plan of subdivision and zoning bylaw amendments. The subject lands consist of a 5.75 hectare property located at 1478 Westdale Bourne. It currently contains a former apple orchard with single detached dwelling. The proposal is for 39 single detached residential lots, 2 medium density residential blocks, 1 park block, and 2 new streets, being the extensions of Fountain Grass Drive and Upper West Avenue. This proposal represents the third and final phase of the Riverbend South community. Subdivision development has progressed in phases since the Riverbend South secondary plan was adopted by City Council in 2015. The secondary plan designates the easterly portion of the site as low-density residential and park, and the westerly portion as medium-density residential. The secondary plan also identified collector road connections, and Fountain Grass Drive is classified as a secondary collector in the 1989 official plan and a neighborhood connector in the London plan. Vehicular traffic generated by this development will have access to public road connections at West Elborn, Upper Point Avenue, Fountain Grass Drive, and Upper West Avenue. There will be multiple access routes to disperse traffic and minimize congestion and impacts on the existing neighborhood. Concerns were expressed by residents regarding increased traffic on West Elborn, particularly vehicle speeds, traffic noise, safety for pedestrians, joggers, and cyclists. Due to the increasing traffic on West Elborn as a result of the city's growth and development, it is expected that road widening and upgrades will be necessary in the near future. A road widening dedication across the frontage of the subject lands will be required, and this draft plan identifies a 0.25 hectare block to be dedicated to the city for road widening purposes. Also, as part of the conditions of draft plan approval, the developer will be required to submit a design and criteria for left turn and right turn lanes on West Elborn at Fountain Grass Drive to be constructed by the developer and for review and acceptance by the city. Concerns were expressed by residents on the west side of West Elborn about future installation of streetlights along West Elborn frontage and the impact from light pollution. The streetlights that have recently been installed along that side of West Elborn to the north are the LED style of streetlights, which are typically designed to direct light downward to the public road right away, rather than on the properties behind. It is expected that installation of similar streetlights will continue to the south in the future. We have draft plan conditions with respect to this subdivision that will require the owner to identify the street lighting on West Elborn along the entire frontage of this plan, as well as the location and type of lighting for the streets within the subdivision. The details with respect to the lighting will be determined at the design and engineering drawing review stage prior to final approval. Riverbend South secondary plan identified 3 neighborhood connector or secondary collector road connections on West Elborn, which came out of the recommendations of the traffic impact study prepared as part of the secondary plan process. 2 of these connections, Upper Point Boulevard and Upper Point Gate, have recently been completed further to the north. This draft plan of subdivision provides the 3rd collector road connection between Fountain Grass Drive, consistent being Fountain Grass Drive consistent with the alignment and location of Street J as shown on the secondary plan. One of the concerns raised by residents is with regards to vehicles turning from Fountain Grass Drive onto West Elborn and car headlights shining on homes located on the opposite side of the intersection. There are existing mature trees and some hedges along the west side of West Elborn that provide some screening. The concern was discussed with affected residents, and the applicant is receptive to working with them as well as with city staff to review opportunities for additional screening once the design details of the intersection have been worked out. So in conclusion, Mr. Chairman, staff find the proposed draft plan of subdivision and zoning are appropriate and conform with the 1989 official plan, the London plan, and the Riverbend South secondary plan, and its vision of a community that is well connected through multi-use pathway and pedestrian connections in the street network, provides a range of residential housing types and densities from single detached dwellings to townhouses and low-rise apartment buildings, maximum 4 stories. And it promotes healthy living and active transportation through the incorporation of a neighborhood park for passive recreation. And again, the highly connected cycling and pedestrian network. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any technical questions only from the committee? Councillor Hopkins, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a technical question around the two medium density blocks that are appear. Do we know what's going in these two blocks?
Yes, Madam Chair, the block that is proposed for development, it would be zoned for cluster townhouses as well as low-rise apartment buildings. Concept plans that were provided that accompanied the application indicate a four-story apartment building, and the density would be around 130 to 133 units. If it were townhouse, it would be approximately 60 to 65 units.
I misinterpreted that. Any other technical questions only? All right, that being done, I have one indication of one speaker from the public, Natalie and Arthur Craig. I don't know if it's one of them who wishes to speak. I don't know if they're on the line.
Yeah, it's Natalie Craig.
Welcome.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, we are concerned with regards to the quantity of homes, not so much the homes, but the four-story walk-up. There's a tremendous amount of traffic currently on West Delbourne, even without this development occurring. And we've lived here for 39 years and of course have witnessed from a small, community gravel road and peaceful, tranquil to now, my husband and I are fortunately now retired. And one of the things about retirement is being able to possibly sleep in the morning for a change, which is absolutely impossible already at this point. It is so noisy on this road. The traffic basically from 6 a.m. till about 9 a.m. you cannot sleep because it is just so loud. The speed at which the traffic flows far surpasses the posted 60 km/h zone. We certainly think that speed limit should be reduced, but more so policed. If you don't have police officers out here trafficking and providing traffic tickets, people just take advantage of it and go double the speed limit or even more. We are concerned about possibly, when you go to pull out of the driveway, right now it's difficult and it's going to become even more dangerous once that development occurs because the traffic will be substantially increased. Also, our driveway is right in front of Fountain Grass Drive. So again, there's going to, I'm sure, be traffic stopped and backups to turn. There, in the Sifton development, there is a school that's going in there as well. So there will be cars that will be utilizing Fountain Grass Drive to also get to the school to pick up their children or whatever. So besides what's occurring at the 1478, there will be, I think, a lot of traffic to access some of the other things, like I said, like the school. So we're very concerned about that. We're concerned that our home that we worked so hard and long to stay here will not be a property that people will want to even purchase in the future because of the noise and also the amount of traffic in front of our home and the light. So we have spoken with Craig Linton and expressed our concern, and he does seem to be very cooperative as understanding. And we're hoping that the city also realizes that, they need to look at speed limits, enforcement of police. And also I would like to see, rather than perhaps a 4-story unit with, I'm not sure exactly how many, 168 or whatever number you quoted, perhaps townhouses would be a better option. It's still a lot, but it's certainly better than the alternative. So that's kind of what our concerns are.
Thank you very much appreciated that you came to speak today. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to this matter? I didn't see anyone else online.
Mr. Chair, Barry and Rita Nagel are online.
Great. Welcome. Go ahead. Hello?
Yes, good evening.
Good evening. Welcome.
Yes, good evening. Rita Nagel from 1499 West Delbourne. Thank you for letting us speak this evening. I will be very brief. I concur with everything that Natalie has just proposed. We understand that the development is inevitable, but we do feel that perhaps lower density would be more suitable for this neighborhood. I spoke with Carl Grabowski, the transport design engineer, last June with concerns regarding the noise and how deafening it was just in front of our yard. Prior to us moving here in 2011, we understand that the city redesigned West Delbourne and raised the road, which has created a tremendous amount of traffic noise. And so we feel that we have just cause to complain about this. Possibly a review. And possibly a review. Yes, lowering traffic speed would be one solution. That would be very helpful. But I don't believe that increasing height or medium density, would help this neighborhood at all. I know that is one of the concerns, even though there's only two of us speaking this evening, that it is a general concern on this street is the speed and the noise as a result of this traffic increase. Also, I just want to point out something that I was quite impressed when I was listening to the Meadow Lily Road Committee. We have a lot of wildlife around here as well. We're on the outskirts of the town, so that needs to be considered as well. And I appreciate
in addition to all the people now that jog and bicycle on our road, it could become a real dangerous situation the more we keep growing this area.
So if we want to keep that in mind, it's got to be pedestrian friendly and cyclist friendly as well. So increasing medium density, I don't think is a good solution in this area at this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else online or in the room who wish to speak?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Linton is joining us remotely. Craig Linton.
Okay. And Mr. Linton is, I heard his name mentioned. He's the applicant. Okay. Mr. Linton, I wonder, thank you for joining us. I wonder if you'd like to speak. I wonder if you could address the concerns that were raised by the residents in particular.
Yes, good evening, everyone. Thank you through the chair to the rest of the committee members and members of the public in attendance. Thank you. This plan is consistent with the Riverbend South Secondary Area Plan. And it, quite frankly, if I would have brought anything forward that was different, it would have been rejected by staff. So this is really the very last small piece of the Riverbend South Secondary Plan puzzle, so to speak. So it is the last 15 acres in what is probably over 200 acres worth of development on that southeast corner of Oxford and West Delbourne. With respect to the concerns about the medium density, it is medium density. It's designated as medium density, and the proposal put forward is in keeping with that. It is at the top end of what it would be considered to be medium density, but we do need to make sure that generally speaking, we are building to the highest and best possible use on every site in this city. And I'll just leave it at that for right now. I'll entertain any questions as necessary.
All right, thank you. Anybody else at this point in time? Every time I ask that, we get one more person, so I'm taking my chances here. Is there anybody online or in one of the rooms? All right. That being said, we'll look for a motion to close the public participation meeting. Moved by Councillor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Hopkins. Unless there's something else, I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
All right. Is then on the table unless there's anything else you want to discuss. Is someone prepared to move the recommendation? Before questions? No? Okay. Well, Councillor Lewis is going to move it. Is there a seconder for it? Councillor Hillier? All right. Let's just go questions and comments together, whatever the committee wishes. If there are, in fact, any questions or comments, go ahead, Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a development in Ward 9. And I just want to let the committee know we had a virtual open house about a month ago, and there were a number of residents attending, as well as city staff, and as well as the applicant too. And I want to thank everyone that attended that open house because it was very constructive. There was a great dialogue and listening to the concerns. And this is an area, for those of you who are not familiar with this part of West Elborn, which is just south of Oxford. It's where urban and rural are clashing. This whole area is developing and changing. And of course, with that change comes a number of issues. And we've heard from the residents tonight, and thank you very much for coming out and passing on your comments. The concern of safety moving around this road is extremely unsafe. It is used quite a bit, not only by cars, but also by people with their bikes as well. And I want to, based on that open house meeting, we did reach out to city staff to see if we could get a reduction of the speed limit going from 60 to 50 from Byron Baseline all the way up to Keynes, to have consistency in the speed limit as well. And that is hopefully going to be supported when it comes to committee. But that, just for the community's information, is in the process. But I am supportive of this application. I think it's really important to understand that this is coming from the Riverbend South Secondary Plan. It's a continuation. It's the last phase of development. We saw the development to the north, and this is the last parcel. And it conforms to the secondary plan. So I am going to be supporting it, even though I think it's really important to understand the changes that will be experienced on West Elborn with this development coming forward. I do want to thank the applicant as well, to continue and encourage the applicant to work with the neighbors to deal with some of the issues. And I understand the applicant has reached out to the neighbors to work on the buffering that is that can be, or possible improvements when headlights from cars are coming in and out of the road. So I just want to really I love the idea of collaboration with city staff and applicants and the community, trying to understand the change, which is always difficult, but also having an opportunity to really hear and listen to all the challenges that this community is experiencing, and there are many. So just want to thank the committee, and there you go.
All right. Anything further on this? Anyone wishes to speak? All right. I'll call the question. It's been moved and seconded.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
Moving on to item 3.9, which is a participation meeting with regard to 3080 Bostwick Road. And I'd like to open the public participation meeting. Going to ask Mayor Holder to move because he's looking like he's ready to move something. Come on, put your hand up, Mr. Mayor. Help me out. Look at him. Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Seconder, Councillor Hillier. Unless there's something else, I'll call the question. He was hesitant there to help me out. I don't know.
Zero.
All right, the public presentation on this matter, or I should say staff presentation on this matter, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I have a verbal presentation. This won't be long. This is an application by York Developments for lands located at 3080 Bostwick Road. This request is for approval of a draft plan of subdivision consisting of 2 high-density residential blocks, one neighborhood park block, 1 walkway block, 1 open space block, and 3 new streets, as well as for approval of zoning bylaw amendments associated with the proposed subdivision plan, including bonusing for increased density and height, applying to the 2 high-density residential blocks. So the first block is block number 2, identified on the draft plan. And this is the residential component proposed for this block consists of a 189 unit apartment building having a height of 18 stories and 2 blocks of stacked townhouses consisting of 16 units and 3.5 stories in height. Parking would be provided underground with surface visitor parking. This apartment building would be located close to the street frontage along Bostwick Road, with a transition of building form and intensity to low-rise stacked townhouses fronting onto Street A and oriented to the neighborhood park, an open space corridor on the opposite side of Street A. The other block is block 6, identified on your draft plan. Here, there will be 2 residential apartment buildings, which are proposed, consisting of a 17-story, 238-unit building located on the southerly portion of the block, and a 15-story, 149-unit building on the northerly portion, positioned close to the frontage along Street B and oriented to the Bostwick Community Center. All parking is located behind the building in underground parking facilities, with some resident and visitor parking on the surface located in the rear portion of the site in order to minimize the visual impact on the public realm. Building density and height is generally consistent with the proposed intensity of an adjacent development lands to the north, which will include a 17-story, 208-unit apartment building, which is currently under development. With respect to the natural heritage features, there is a narrow stream corridor known as the Thornycroft Drain, which flows from north to south through the site, and it's regulated by the UTRCA. Further to the south, which is lands outside the limits of the draft plan, the stream corridor leads to a large woodland patch containing a wetland feature. There is also a small area of ponding, which is considered a wetland on the westerly half of the site. Further discussion with the city is required regarding opportunities for potential relocation and compensation of that wetland to the south, adjacent the woodland patch. An environmental impact study was submitted and reviewed by the city and UTRCA as part of the application review process. The response received from the Conservation Authority indicated that there are outstanding concerns on the EIS, but they can be addressed in a final report addendum as a condition of draft plan approval. The response from the UTRCA also indicated that there are outstanding concerns with respect to maintaining groundwater flows from the site to the Thornycroft Drain and the natural heritage feature to the south. Further discussions to resolve those concerns have led to an agreed upon solution to utilize the applicant's lands to the south of Street C for groundwater recharge to be incorporated into a future buffer zone adjacent the woodland wetland patch. Therefore, the UTRCA has requested conditions of draft approval to that effect. and that a final hydrogeological and water balance study be prepared to the satisfaction of the UTRCA. Within the limits of the proposed draft plan of subdivision, development is not proposed adjacent to the Thornycroft Drain, with the exception of the neighborhood park, a 4-meter wide walkway block, and the street C crossing. Buffers along this stretch of the drain corridor have previously been agreed upon in conjunction with the EIS work that was prepared for the community center in 2014. The planned location of the proposed street Z crossing is aligned with a recently completed stormwater outlet located on the east side of the drain. Just to summarize the bonus zoning provisions, with respect to block 2, bonusing is being given consideration for high quality architectural design, having regard for urban design guidelines prepared for 3080 Bostwick Road, provision of underground parking, provision of boulevard tree planting along Bostwick Road and Street A, and other facilities, including a publicly accessible electric vehicle charging station, a bus transit shelter, and 10 publicly accessible bicycle share facility spaces. For bonusing for block 6, consideration is being given for provision of affordable housing consisting of 30 rental apartment dwelling units, including 19 one-bedroom units and 11 two-bedroom units, with rents set at 85% of the CMHC average market rent at the time of occupancy for a duration of 30 years from the point of initial occupancy, as well as consideration for high quality architectural design that has regard for the approved urban design guidelines for 3080 Bostwick Road. And these concept plans for the building designs have been vetted through the Urban Design Review Panel several times. The provision of facilities and matters in consideration of the proposed height and density bonus are considered reasonable, a result in a benefit to the general public and are an enhancement of the design of the development and are considered warranted. So the proposed draft plan of subdivision, the draft conditions, recommended zoning and holding provisions are appropriate and conform with the 1989 official plan, the London plan. The proposal also conforms with the Southwest Area Secondary Plan, and specifically the policies for the Bostwick residential neighborhood, which are intended for high-intensity transit-oriented forms of development. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. If there are any questions.
Thank you very much. Any technical questions from the committee? There being none, we will go. There are one speaker from the public that I have on my list, which is Mohammed Musa. Mr. Musa, are you online?
No, he is not, Mr. Chair. We do have Mr. Allen on the line.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Scott Allen from MHBC. At this point, I would just like to thank Mr. Mottram for his report, advise council or the committee that we're supportive of the findings and recommendations of that report, and thank staff for their hard work through this process. It's been a lengthy draft plan review, given the scope and nature of this project, and we are satisfied with the direction moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other speakers online or in any of the rooms? No? Then we're going to need a motion to close the public participation meeting. Moved by Councillor Lehman, seconded by Councillor Lewis. Unless there's something else, I will call the question.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
Someone prepared to move the recommendation? Moved by Councillor Lehman. I need a seconder. Someone raise their hand to second, please. Mayor Holder, further discussion or comments? Councillor Hopkins, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to thank staff for the report. And And want to thank the applicant too on the work to date that's being done on this. There's some progress made. I know when this came to council a couple years ago, I didn't support it. I had concerns not so much about the development and the high intensity that's allowed, but how we are going to proceed with this kind of development, given the challenges of the Thornycroft Drain and the natural heritage features that exist in this area. So I do have a couple questions just to make sure we're sort of not kicking the can down the road, to speak. And through you, Mr. Chair, to staff, I do want to find out a little bit more about the process as we approve this recommendation moving forward. When will we see this application coming back? Because there's a number of conditions laid out here, and in particular the H22 as well. And just wanted to understand, will we see this application coming back as it relates to the number of conditions that are in this recommendation?
Go ahead, Scott.
Thank you, and through the chair. So this application has been around for quite a while. It's dating back to when we brought forward the community center. And since then, we've had a number of rezonings, consents, and consent agreements. And this process allows us to put a draft plan of subdivision over the lands. And with that, it allows us to address a number of the servicing matters, hydrogeology, natural heritage, and look at those holistically as opposed to in piecemeal through the rezonings and site plans. So as far as how we would come back, we'd be coming back. We have a number of holding provisions on the various sites on the property, but we also would be coming back with a subdivision agreement in order to install servicing. And then there could potentially be, I mean, if the applicant were to change their approach and do a different product, they might come in for a rezoning. I hope that answers your question, Councillor.
Yes, through the chair, it does. And I think it's important for the committee to understand that this is just part of that process. And I know in the recommendation, it speaks to the final EIS that still needs to be done, as well as the hydrogeological work that still needs to happen. So with knowing that and the holding provisions that are listed, I guess just one further question about the holding provision. Will the work, how would the work proceed lifting the holding provision when it comes to the hydrogeo and the EIS? Is that something that staff would work with Upper Thames, or just wanting to have a better understanding of that process?
Certainly, and through the chair, what we'll be doing over the next little while is really solidifying some of the servicing and some of the site plan matters, which allows us to look at the hydrogeological issues and the amount of impervious area over the different sites. So again, as we come forward, we'll be coming forward with subdivision agreements, and then subsequently, or in conjunction, we'd also be bringing forward the holding provision removals, which would require some input from Upper Thames in order to release those.
Thank you for that. And I am generally supportive. Obviously, we need all this housing in place. These buildings are going to be pretty high for this area, and intensification is allowed. But for me, the challenge is making sure that we do not undermine the environmental impacts in this area too. So I look forward to following this, the process with this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further on this matter? All right, it's been moved and seconded. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
And the next item 3.10, which is a public participation meeting with regard to 611 to 615 3rd Street. This is not a matter that will have a staff presentation, but I still need to open a public participation meeting. Moved by Councillor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Hopkins. Anything further? I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote.
I'll look for technical questions from the committee. Thank you. There being none, I don't have any speakers from the public unless the applicant wishes to say something. Oh, is this a public member who wishes to speak?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Hi. Thank you, Chair. I'm Manish Padar with Padar Planning. I'm the planner for the proponent who's here tonight. And I just wanted to thank staff, Development Services staff for all their hard work. And we agree with their recommendation. And obviously wanted to thank Housing Development Corporation staff as well as Councillor Mosley, who helped facilitate proactive engagement with members of his constituency that had any questions. So thank you very much and happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Seconded by Councillor Lewis. You keep telling me that and I'll keep trying to be better next time. Anything further? I'll call the vote then.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
To item 3.11, which is the last scheduled item, which is a public participation meeting on the Masonville draft secondary plan. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. We do have to do that. So if someone move and second the staff recommendation. Thank you, Councillor Lewis. Seconded by Councillor Lehman. Anything further? Call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries.
All right, we will move on now to item 3.11, which is a public participation meeting regarding the Masonville plan. I'll just need to open the public participation meeting. Moved by Councillor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Lehman, surprising. And I will, unless there's something else, I will call the vote.
Hello.
Closing the vote.
All right, so before we, I just want to remind everyone that this is not a decision point tonight of approving the Masonville plan. In other words, we're not voting on its approval. What we're seeking is public input to inform the process moving forward. So that's where we are at this point. So for the benefit of all of us and the public, we will not be just saying yay or nay to the Masonville secondary plan tonight, but we certainly wish to receive input. So that being said, I will turn it over for the staff presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Sonia Wise, and thank you for the introduction. I'll be referring to some slides that are available on the city's website under item 3.11 or starting on page 829 of the online agenda. So this is for the draft Masonville secondary plan, which is the first secondary plan for a transit village. Slide 1 shows the plan boundary. So this includes all lands within the transit village place type. In the London plan, the vision for transit villages includes exceptionally designed, high-density, mixed-use urban neighborhoods that are connected by rapid transit. So this is a high-growth plan and area of the city. There are specific policies that have received recent planning approval. Those are shown as the hatched areas on slide 1. Those are proposed to be carried forward in the secondary plan. Slide 2 describes the various community engagements events. So following the launch of this project in early 2019, There was a wide variety of events like community information meetings, walking tours, and office hours that took place. This was primarily to gather input from the community and to identify areas of focus for the plan. In 2020, we reviewed the feedback that we received, spent some time with research, and prepared the policies and direction of the draft plan. Slide 3 shows the community structure. So these include some of the key aspects of the plan. In point 1, we're planning for 3 new parks. Those are shown as green stars in the northeast, northwest, and southeast quadrants of the area. So this is to ensure that there's adequate open space and green spaces to support additional people and jobs anticipated. Point 2 is really to focus and celebrate the transit station. So this would be through policies related to building and orientation, as well as pedestrian access. Point 3 plans new connections to break up the large blocks and make it easier to move around. Point 4 identifies a commercial priority area where ground floor commercial presence would be required. And then point 5, 6, and 7 include focused areas of high-rise, mid-rise, and low-rise areas. Slide 4 shows the 2 main land uses. So there is a low-rise residential, that's the yellow area, which recognizes the existing residential neighborhoods. And then the majority of the lands are orange, which is within the Transit Village mixed use area. And this permits a wide variety of uses, including things like residential, commercial, retail, office, mixed use, institutional, recreational, community facility, and entertainment uses. Slide 5 shows the building heights. So there's a high-rise area of 15 stories maximum, or up to 22 stories with bonusing. This is focused at the intersection of Richmond and Fanshawe, shown in red. And this is due to the proximity of the transit station, as well as the separation from the lower density areas. Surrounding the high-rise area, there's a mid-rise area of up to about 8 stories, that's orange. And then there's a low-rise area up to about 4 stories, which is shown as yellow. The plan also proposes the use of an angular plane near the low-rise residential areas. And this is to ensure that there's adequate setbacks and transition to some of those higher density areas. Slide 6 shows the new connections proposed through the area. These are intended to break up the large commercial blocks to provide delineated spaces for pedestrians, cyclists, and motorists, as well as to introduce new opportunities for things like tree planting and landscaping. In slide 7, it shows the character streets. So it identifies commercial priority streets for areas of concentrated activity and ground floor commercial uses. So that's shown as red. Then there are also residential priority streets to provide a predominantly residential interface with the existing neighborhoods. That's shown as yellow. And there's also locations where a mix of both would be appropriate, and those are shown as orange. So as you noted earlier, we are presenting the draft plan policies to hear comments and feedback at this time. We're also proposing additional participation options coming in April. And we are targeting an additional public participation meeting like tonight for the end of the second quarter for the eventual plan adoption. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd be looking forward to any questions.
Thank you very much. Technical questions from the committee? There being none, we will go to public participation, and it looks like Mr. Kirkness, the agent for the applicant, is up. Mr. Kirkness?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, and committee members. We are here for Westdell Development Corporation, who is the owner of the Richmond Highlands Center, which basically occupies the northwest quadrant of Fanshawe and Richmond, and basically consumes that whole quadrant of the transit village place type. There is construction going on there now. They've owned the place for about 2 years, and they're trying to kind of update and improve it. I think when we came across this, we're introduced to the Masonville secondary plan. I think the first thing that they were seeking is flexibility in the framing of the policies. We also were proposing a tower mid last year at North Center and Fanshawe Park Road. We did a pre-consultation and we were asked if we would prepare a master plan of our site, which we have been working on. And we attached a sketch of it with years on different building pods that this was all distributed to you. The tower that we're speaking of, we're hoping to get to next year, 2022. We also are proposing towers in the opposite corner throughout this decade, and two more towers as you get towards the intersection. Below that would be the commercial base. We think that's what's going to happen, but we do know that, and we researched this, and it's all over the map as to how people are going to shop, whether it's big box, little box, online, and whether people want to live in high density communities is another question. So we're asking the team that's developing the Masonville secondary plan to use flexible language and show us how you could accommodate that flexibility within the plan. The second point we wanted to make was that we think the plan is light on how the BRT will serve it, or whether the BRT will serve it, and asked if there could be more on that, as well as how it would serve the Masonville community. And this is because there is a goal to try to have this village be mostly, the mobility through it is mostly by walking or pedestrians and public transit. The automobile seems to be very much discouraged, and in the concepts, there's really no surface parking. So we're just not sure whether that can happen in the future realistically. So the second point is about BRT and how the Masonville community will be served. The master plan that we have prepared has a couple of conflicts in it. One is that we were seeking a high density in our northeast corner at North Center and Richmond Street, so that we could kind of equal what Tricar had approved on their corner, which is the northeast corner of North Center and Richmond Street. We note that the plan shows a medium rise dense height there, which is I think 8 stories, and we would ask the team to consider high density. I know there's transition there, and we're prepared to build that into our architecture to some extent, but would appreciate consideration of the or the high-rise designation in that corner. The public parkland, we in our master plan have been proposing a POPS or a public square. We also would propose some green with it. Whether we can achieve 0.5 hectares or not, we don't really know at this time. And the plan seems to be very specific about that. And wonder if we could at least make the 0.5 hectare in the northwest quadrant a target as opposed to a stipulation. And we'll try to work towards it. The last point was really about residential character streets, which North Center in our area is to be. And as much as we want to try and work with that, we kind of feel that the policies are light on the components that are maybe not the amenity, the loading areas and the servicing areas that would serve the commercial as well as the residential. And the policy seemed to indicate that they're to be hidden from private streets and to be hidden from public streets. And we're just wondering, well, how would you get to these loading areas? But
you're just over 5 minutes, Mr. Kirkness, if you could wrap up.
Yes, I know it's been a long night for you, and I do intend to wrap up. In any case, our submission is basically there in front of you in terms of the 5 points, the master plan that we have got so far. And we hope that the Masonville staff team will take that into consideration in finalizing the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kirkness. And just to repeat, I don't think we'll be looking for detailed answers tonight necessarily, because it's just, this is for input, but for everyone involved, you'll have a chance to raise your concerns. So thank you very much. And I just want to welcome the two ward councilors who are most involved in this, Councilor Cassidy from Ward 5 and Deputy Mayor Morgan. I can't get used to that, Deputy Mayor Morgan, so I'll make mistakes occasionally. I did it with the other Deputy Mayor, Helmer, from Ward 7. So these are the two councilors who are involved. It's very good of them to join us, and it should comfort the people who are making presentations that the two councilors who are most acquainted with this development are here to listen also. So thanks to you. Next person is Aaron Liu. Mr. Liu?
Yes.
Go ahead, sir. Your name's Aaron Liu. You can provide your address if you'd like or not.
Yeah, my address is 70 Sunnyside Drive. It's just beside a library. I like to attend here to get more detailed information about the new development plan. Looks like I heard we have some planning for, apartment or condo apartment building in just outside this complex townhouse. It's just on their parking spots of Masonville Mall. I just want to get some clarification about how the planning going to be on. Thank you.
Okay, so just for your benefit, the information and the supporting documents for this meeting are online. You can get them online, and also there was a brief presentation from staff. But if there's something else, maybe you could just follow up with one of your counselors or planning staff. That would be your best avenue. Okay.
Got it. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Terry McManus is next. Mr. McManus? Is Mr. McManus there, or we don't know?
Mr. McManus is here. He's just unmuting now.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. McManus.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I'm 70 Sunnyside Drive as well. And if the committee would look down at the general plan.
Mr. McManus, I'm having some trouble hearing you. I don't know with the volume or.
All right, let me crank it up here a little bit. How's that?
That's much better. Thank you.
Okay. So if the committee would take a look at the outline of the plan for this area, down in the lower right-hand corner is Masonville Mead, which are the condos that the previous gentleman was just referring to, and something that's quite unique in this whole plan, and indeed in everything I've listened to tonight, is that the public is able to make their way from Sunnyside Drive to North Center by cutting through the condo through our street. And it happens all the time, and it's happening, well, I'll say that with COVID, it's been less, but whenever there's any type of traffic jam, which North Center and Sunnyside are really famous for, people come tearing through, and it's just going to get worse. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to get the staff out in front of this whole issue and meet with some of the residents and perhaps our representatives and take a walk through the condo corporation and see what could be done to prevent this from happening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Next is Mary, and I hope I pronounce this, is it Stopar?
Stopar is correct.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to provide feedback on the Masonville secondary plan. We've been residents on Fawn Court for 20 years. We purchased the house because of the court location and the close proximity to schools, shopping, and recreational paths. We feel very fortunate to be able to do most of our shopping, banking by foot, and enjoy the easy access to the paths in Stony Brook and Uplands whenever possible. We would like to retain this quality of life and the character of our street for many years to come. The Masonville secondary plan would certainly improve the use of the land in the existing commercial areas, and it would be nice to see a mix of buildings, parkland, and fewer paved parking spots. We are concerned, however, at the high density proposed given the existing road congestion on Fanshawe and Richmond streets, and to see that changes are proposed to our existing street and neighborhood, even though we are technically located outside of the boundary study area. We are not in support of the changes proposed to or adjacent to Fawn Court. We do not want to see direct pedestrian access or road access from Fawn Court to Fanshawe Road or from Fawn Court to new development at the Commercial Plaza. We already enjoy easy pedestrian and bike access to the Uplands Trail by going to Hastings or North Center Road, crossing safely at existing traffic lights. Residents of Fawn Court already have easy pedestrian and bike access to the Masonville area using the existing walkway off Robinson leading to the library. It's already so convenient for residents of our street to walk to these areas that we very rarely choose to drive. Adding these additional connections will not significantly improve the walkability or connectivity of our neighborhood to the Masonville area, but it could have drastic negative impacts on the character of our existing street. Furthermore, other residents of the neighborhood who live beyond Fawn Court would have very little reason to utilize these additional connections if constructed. It would still be more convenient for them to continue to use the existing walkway and bike trails off Robinson by the Masonville Library, as this is a more direct connection to the commercial area and transit. Residents of the new developments could be provided other routes to upland trails as part of the design process, and there's no need for access through Fawn Court directly. It's not clear in the proposal if the current fence that divides Fawn Court and part of Robinson Lane and the current strip mall would remain. We would like to see the current fence remain so that residents of Fawn Court could retain current privacy levels, security, and limited traffic. These types of court locations usually come with higher purchase costs, and opening up the street would change the dynamic immensely and reduce the value of the homes. It would also completely change the character of our street, where all neighbors know each other, where it's common for neighbors to spend time together on the front yard, and where the street is often used by residents and their children, grandchildren for outdoor activities like tennis and road hockey. Limiting the height of buildings adjacent to the fence to 2 stories would further reduce the impact to the residents. The current wooden fence sits on a large berm planted with trees. The original developer planted multiple pine trees on the berm adjacent to the road. Over the last 8 years, residents of Fawn Court have personally planted approximately 16 additional trees along the stretch to increase the tree canopy in the hot summer months in future and further improve the quality and aesthetic of the street. Some of the trees were planted to mark special occasions celebrated by residents. The residents take pride in this area and will mow the lawn, rake and sweep as necessary, as the service provided by the city is very limited.
You have 1 minute remaining.
Retaining the current fences and trees will reduce the impact of the adjacent future Masonville development on the residents of Fawn Court. We appreciate the opportunity to highlight our concerns above to council and staff and request that the secondary plan be revised to ensure that the character of our street is retained. We would like the policies to be revised to be clear that the additional trail and road connections will not be permitted to the existing residential area, that existing landscaping, including trees, berms, and fencing be retained, and that buildings immediately adjacent to the fence are a maximum of 2 stories high. We look forward to reviewing a revised draft secondary plan in future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And there's also listed Vladimir Stopauer.
I spoke on our behalf together. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next speaker is Mike Concan.
Oh.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you for the opportunity of addressing you. I've been a resident of Fawn Court for the last 28 years. We originally bought the property due to its dead-end street, peacefulness, lack of through traffic, and walking distance to shopping in the schools. It is actually quicker for us to walk to the mall and stores than to deal with traffic and at certain times of the year fight for parking spots. I do not agree with the direction the secondary plan takes with Fawn Court. I have reviewed the plan and I agree that there are areas where some infill with additional housing makes sense. I do not agree with the building height allowances. However, I do have some other areas of concern, namely population density, schools, green space, traffic, bicycle paths, and parking. The area under discussion as disclosed in the plan is composed of 219 acres of land, which is the equivalent of 0.9 square kilometers. Simple math puts the proposed ultimate population density at 14,700 people per square kilometer. This is equivalent to certain regions in Toronto. However, Toronto has the advantage of wider and better road systems, along with extensive transit systems servicing those neighborhoods. This is an increase of 4.5 times current density, or 10,000 people. In order to meet this density, it appears that the plan calls for the removal of all existing buildings and a complete rebuild. With this type of population increase, school desks must be given due consideration. I do not believe the city should proceed until a review has been completed with both boards of education. Given that low-income housing is proposed for 25% of the units, I believe that children will be living in this area and school desks must be considered. We do see parks in the plan. However, I presume that these are people parks and not dog parks. In a London downtown apartment building, the ratio of dogs to apartment units is 1 dog for every 10 units. Will there be a consideration for a dog park? Forcing dog owners to drive to the closest dog park on Adelaide Street North, where the existing parking lot is at times overflowing, is not logical given our biggest issue, traffic. For 25 years, I dropped my wife off in downtown London while on my way to work every day and picked her up for the return ride home. In those years, traffic, whether it was Adelaide Street or Richmond Street, has gotten worse as new home construction north of Fanshawe Park Road has increased. Construction is ongoing, and the additional traffic from this area will only aggravate the current situation further. Pre-COVID, the traffic flowing south on Richmond from Sunningdale to the University Gates in the morning was bumper to bumper. During the peak times in the evenings, it would take a half hour to travel north on Richmond from Windermere to home, a distance of 3 kilometers. Traveling north, the intersection of Western Road and Richmond is the current pinch point. Our current traffic situations are also aggravated, as you know, by 2 large destinations in the area, namely University Hospital and the University of Western Ontario. I believe this plan needs to include a comprehensive discussion on how all traffic, present and in the future, will be dealt with. Gridlock is not an option, and it will be much harder to fix the problem once the buildings have been constructed. As a comparison, the current mall owners are already proceeding with similar infill proposals at Sherway Gardens on the western edge of Toronto. Sherway Gardens is supported by a road system on 3 sides, where each road is made up of 6 or 8 lanes of traffic. These roads are the Queensway, QEW, and 427. The 4th road, the West Mall, is 4 lanes of traffic. Consequently, Sherway Gardens is surrounded on all 4 sides with super roads or highways to support its residents. Our single 4-lane Richmond Street and Fanshawe Park roads are no match. There is a current proposal for Fanshawe
You
to
have,
be widened.
excuse me, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. From Louise, widened to 6 lanes from Louise to North Center Road. I struggle to understand how this will resolve our current north-south, east-west traffic problems, let alone allow us to add more traffic in the near and distant future. Further expansion of both Richmond and Fanshawe above these proposals are a must. However, the challenge now is to fit additional lanes of traffic, plus bus lanes and bicycle lanes, into the existing road allowances. For example,
30 seconds.
The building housing Starbucks on Fanshawe west of Adelaide appears to be too close to the road allowance. Sunningdale and Adelaide may also need consideration for expansion. I do have other points on bicycle plan. There are no bicycle paths south of the library. And a question on parking. We have 5,200 public parking spots available in the plan area. During the peak periods, the majority of these spots are taken, and many a driver is frustrated at not finding a spot. Given the plan's calls for an increase in commercial, office, and civic spaces by 52%, this will only result in a further increase in parking requirements.
If you could just wrap up, you're at 5 minutes and 20 seconds.
Okay. In conclusion, I do not believe that council should accept the plan as drafted until such time as all of these issues are addressed to council's satisfaction. I would be happy to help answer any questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your thoughts. Next is Tony Nicoletti.
Mr. Chair, the next individual is Paul Orick.
I'm sorry?
Paul Orick.
Okay, Mr. Orick?
Yeah, can you
Go
hear
ahead.
me?
I can hear you, yes, go ahead.
Okay. some of my points are going to mirror what the last speaker just said. I have two comments on traffic and density. At the corner of Fanshawe Park Road and Richmond Street, it could be best described as a parking lot. Currently, with lower traffic flow from the pandemic, we see less traffic, but as soon as all businesses open back up and shopping resumes at Masonville Mall, it will probably be worse than before due to pent-up demand. In the evening, 3 lanes of traffic going north from Windermere Road to Fanshawe Park is basically dead stopped over 2 kilometers of bumper to cars, all stopped from 4 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. every night. On weekends, it shifts to an east-west parking lot along Fanshawe Park Road as traffic goes shopping along Fanshawe. Cars are backed up all the way up the hill to Louise Boulevard on the east side of Richmond and all the way past the Shell gas station on the west side of Richmond. It can only be described as daily chaos. In 2016, I went to a meeting that was hosted by the city, a public information meeting at the retirement home, discussing the changes to the intersection up to 6 lanes and supposedly better turning ability. I repeat, 2016. So how much planning was in before 2016? And since then, nothing has been done. I am told the changes to the BRT shelved the plans because of the LRT that was planned for Richmond Street, and it was moved. So here's a traffic plan discussed on 2016 density numbers, probably planned long before that. So far, we have included a 600 apartment building on Richmond Street. Masonville School is doubled in size with no bus parking or school parking. Traffic at the corner of Hillside and Richmond is a bottleneck with everybody trying to get out. Canada Trust and Masonville Mall all flow onto Hillside. My comment is the city has not planned on the traffic flow, and here we are talking about probably doubling the density of this whole area. My comments on density. There are at least 4 properties in this area on Richmond Street that have plans for redevelopment from single-family homes to medium density. There are currently bonusing provisions for higher density. This is known as the developer flip. The guys that currently own it promise to do improvements to get the higher density and then sell it to the new guy that has no intention of honoring the bonusing provisions. I commend the city that they stopped one that went downtown because of that, but this is a known thing, the bonusing flip. If the mall, and there was a developer, I think he said he was from West Dell, saying they're going to put 3 apartment buildings by the Best Buy Plaza, and then Masonville Mall wants to put 3 more apartment buildings. We're talking about 1,500 apartments to 7,500 apartments. There is no plan on moving these people around. We can't even move what we have now. I think this plan is ill-conceived and should be put on a moratorium to be stopped immediately until the traffic flow has been, the intersection has been built, traffic flow then monitors on what we have now, let alone doubling the density of the Masonville plan area. I think this is an ill-conceived plan without the traffic flow being addressed. Nobody from city has talked about traffic flow at all. Thank you for my time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Orick. So where am I on the list now? Because I skipped a whole bunch of people, so.
Mr. Chair, we're on the last member of the public in attendance, and it's Dini Vermeer.
I'm sorry, you're talking about online?
Yes.
Okay.
There's no members of the public in the committee rooms.
Okay, so I'm sorry, go ahead. If I could just get your name, because I'm not sure I have it. Hello?
I'm just waiting.
Oh, okay. There's a delay, right?
Unmute.
Ah.
I've asked them to unmute. They appear to have problems unmuting, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I understand. Wait a moment and I don't want to close the public participation meeting if there's someone else wishing to speak.
They are not unmuting.
All right, is Patricia Forrester there?
No, Mr. Chair, we have no other members of the public joining us. Oh,
Okay.
yes, sorry. Patricia is there.
Okay, Ms. Forrester, are you there?
Yes, good evening. I have really nothing to add. I think several previous speakers have spoken to my husband and my concerns. We've been in the Masonville area for over 30 years. Traffic is definitely our main concern. And Mr. Horick, I believe, proposed that a moratorium be put on building the residences until the traffic congestion problem has been fully addressed and solved. That's all I have to say. Thank you for your attention, councillors.
Thank you very much for taking the time to speak to us tonight. Is there anyone else? Or is that it?
Hi.
No.
Oh, who is that?
My name is John Lasso. I work with the Old Masonville Ratepayers Association.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lusso. I'm meeting new people on the telephone all night. It's great. So I'm going to ask you to go ahead then, and you have 5 minutes.
I've been here all night too, since 6:15.
Really?
My
I'm
name's
sorry
John
for that.
Lasso. I reside at 71 Shavian Boulevard, and Jane and I have lived here since 1984. I spent my career in real estate finance with London Life, first in Montreal and then in London. When Great West acquired London Life, we shook hands and I joined Scotiabank in Toronto. I've been involved with the Old Masonville Ratepayers Association for too many years, I guess, but principally my involvement stemmed from an application for a 27 5 to 6 bedroom townhouse development, attached townhouse development on the west side of Richmond, almost across, just north of Shavian. The city approved that application. We went to the OMB, spent a considerable amount of money and lost at the OMB. But all's well that ends well, in that the applicant was not a real estate developer, but rather a land speculator. An ill-conceived plan that fortunately no London developers opted to acquire from him. And so what we have today now on the site is a new 7-story quality student residence known as Masonville Yards. Underground parking. The building is nicely positioned away from the neighbors on Cherokee, and no balconies to negate noise levels from those balconies and prevent incidents of things like furniture being tossed from balconies, similar to what has happened in Toronto. So this was a win-win for both the neighborhood, being a quality project, and for the city in terms of incremental property tax revenue relative to a 27 unit 5 to 6 bedroom townhouse. We now have almost 300 units and a much more conforming to the existing neighborhood. I think quickly Paul has summarized it best, but there are 2 fundamental flaws to the plan. One is the height of the proposed development and towers, which make no sense against the existing landscape. So you're talking now about a 7-story building, but your offering would allow up to 22 stories across the road, therefore completely disregarding the current conforming environment. And the second, and also a signal issue, is the traffic congestion, particularly at or near the Richmond-Fanshawe intersection, with vehicles backed up for a kilometer or more on Richmond. Engines idling incessantly. And as well as this negative feature, people get resourceful, motorists get resourceful and decide how to figure out cut-through patterns in our neighborhood, often at speeds that put pedestrians and children at the risk of injury. We met with the city approximately 5 years ago. Traffic volume measuring was undertaken by Dillon Consulting in 2015. A plan for the Richmond Fanshawe area was constructed, but sadly, nothing tangibly has ever materialized. And on an immediate note, our neighborhood has been further aggravated by the significant expansion of the Masonville Public School.
Excuse me, you have 1 minute remaining?
That school has almost doubled in size, yet there has been no increase or discernible increase in the number of parking spaces on the site. There's been no improvement in the access and egress for the incremental school buses that deliver our children. And there has been no enhancement of the sidewalk or bike path infrastructure in the school area. So that's our concern. They are, I think, solid and strong objections, and we urge you to revisit the plan and perhaps look at just the impact of the density and the attendant traffic and public transportation infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and sorry you had to wait so long to speak to us. Is there anyone else waiting to speak either online or in any of the rooms?
Mr. Chair, not that I'm aware of.
All right. So I will call once for any more public input, twice. There being none, I will ask for a motion to close the public participation meeting. Moved by Councillor Lehman, seconded by Councillor Hillier. If there's nothing further, I will call the vote.
Six to zero.
All right, so before I send it to committee, just approving or disapproving of the plan tonight, staff has heard all of the feedback from the residents, and so it's just going to be to receive and file what they've given us and receive the public input, and then there will be more procedures. So I'll go first to Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to take this opportunity for thanking the public for hanging in there. I know it's a late evening, but really appreciated hearing all the comments. As a councillor that does not represent this ward, I really appreciate the comments, hearing about what's going on in this area as we deal with the draft Masonville secondary plan. I know tonight we are just receiving feedback. In the olden days, when we had public participation meetings, we would view the public in the gallery, and a lot of them would have written submissions. And I'm just wondering through you, Mr. Chair, maybe to the clerks, what is the process now if for the community, if they do have written submissions, to make sure that they are submitted? I just would like to encourage them to do so.
Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll start, and then if Audrey has something to add, I'll turn the microphone over to her. For anybody who spoke this evening, those comments are included as part of the report, and those are transcribed and are included as part of the report. If there's something that's been submitted already, it's already been passed on to the committee or will be forwarded with the council agenda.
Go ahead, Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, if I may. So if some residents may not have submitted their written submissions, what would be the process that they would take now?
If they wish to submit written comments, they can email it to pec@london.ca, or if they want it included to the council agenda, they can also email councilagenda@london.ca.
Thank you for that, and I would encourage the anyone participating tonight to pass on their comments to be included in the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I'm going to go to Councillor Morgan. He's one of the ward councillors involved, so he has his yellow hand up, so I'm going to let him go ahead. Councillor, who I called you Councillor again, Deputy Mayor.
That's okay. We usually sit beside each other, so you,
I call you a lot worse when I'm sitting next to you, but the rest of council can't hear that.
That's right. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, for letting me speak. And I know that this is a meeting where we're listening to the public because we're seeking feedback on the plan. But I think, you know, Ms. Wise and her team have heard some great comments from the public tonight. One of the things that strikes me with this process is probably the need to incorporate at least to if we're already doing it in another way, some of the existing plans that are being executed. The traffic issue and the improvements to the Fanshawe Richmond intersection have come up a couple of times. And as colleagues know, council just initiated the expropriation process to get going on those site improvements to that intersection. And so we are very close to that coming to fruition now. I know it's taken longer than most people would have liked, but certainly that's something still in the queue, and I think important for the public to know as they're considering their comments on the draft secondary plan. The second thing I'll say is there have been a few comments that say, this is a bad plan, we need to throw it out. And I listened carefully to what John from the Old Masonville Ratepayers Association said about the work, and I was obviously a part of that as the local ward councillor for part of the time, that association did with improving the development that you see there today. And what they did was they recognized what was already allowed on the site, and they worked towards improvements, including buffering at the back, the balcony issue, the positioning of the building. What is already allowed in this transit village is heights of 3 to 15 stories everywhere, like everywhere. And so having a secondary plan that controls where the height and density happens, how high it goes, and where it is appropriate, I think is something that the public needs to be very engaged on, because controlling the way that it steps down into the neighborhood is important. And having a secondary plan is very important to ensuring that we do not run into the issues that the neighbors are saying that they're concerned about, and that we respect the London Plan provisions of stepping down into the neighborhood in a way where it is very clear to the public where height and density will be and where it will not be. So I would suggest to members of the public to not just say throw out the plan, but engage in it and make sure that where the height and density is, you give your feedback on that, because right now it's allowed in a lot more spots than I think most people realize, and certainly not in a way that they would be very comfortable with. So moving towards getting the secondary plan done sooner rather than later, I think is a good thing to resolve many of the concerns that some have with how this integrates with existing neighborhoods. And there is some stepping down. I think you've received some good feedback to our staff tonight on some feedback on the heights, both when they're right near existing neighborhoods, as well as even at the highest density in the core of the plan. And so I think that's been some good feedback and will continue to be. So, you know, those are my comments. I mainly came to listen, but I wanted to share a little bit of that based on the comments from the public tonight. And certainly as one of the 2 ward councillors, I know Councillor Cassidy will probably speak too. Very happy to continue to hear thoughts on this and try to roll your thoughts into the decision-making process. But tonight was really about hearing directly from you, and there will continue to be opportunities to do so. So thanks to all those who participated tonight.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cassidy, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for recognizing me at your committee. And I share, I believe it was Mr. Orrick that spoke about waiting for this item to come up. I've been sitting here as well with my camera off for most of the time. That let me eat, at least, so that I wasn't eating on camera. I'm glad that Councillor or Deputy Mayor Morgan made the comments that he did. Those are comments that I often make when I'm speaking about the Masonville secondary plan. I do share the concerns that were brought up by the residents on Fawn Court. So I will speak further to staff about that on the rationale for including that. And this is a draft. That doesn't mean that will make it into the final. But I do have those concerns, as well as why we would include or add that pedestrian walkway into Fawn Court. I just want to give staff a little bit of history, and I don't have the in-depth knowledge that former councillor and former mayor Joni Beckler had, but she has given me over the years a lot of different briefings on the ward and areas within the ward. And I do know that when the commercial plaza was built on the west side of Fawn Court, there was, as you know, as went on with the old Masonville Ratepayers Association, that sort of work with the developer. There was a lot of work that went on with the residents of Fawn Court and the developer of that commercial plaza to add increased buffering, to add increased distance from the Fawn Court residents. So I would be concerned when all of that work took place, when that development occurred, to then sort of take away some of those protections that were put in place for Fawn Court. So I'm hopeful that the planners have heard those concerns coming from Fawn Court. There are not a lot of homes on that court, but those are very real concerns, and I'm glad that they were brought up today. It's important what Deputy Mayor Morgan said, and it bears repeating. What is allowed within the Transit Village area, that whole dotted line, are those tall heights, those tall buildings. And I really encourage residents to look at the plan as it shows on the city website. If you need a link to get to that, if you have a hard time finding it on the city website, just send an email to me or to Councillor Deputy Mayor Morgan at our london.ca email addresses, and we can send you a link, because it's important to see the colors on the plan, and the colors show exactly where the high densities are where staff are looking to concentrate those higher densities, and it's away from the residential neighborhood areas. And if you see where the approval was given in early 2019 for the Tricar building at the corner of North Center Road and Richmond Street, on the northeast corner of North Center Road and Richmond Street, this plan shows that as a medium height area. That area would see medium height buildings. And yet what was approved back in 2019 before the existence of a secondary plan was a 15-story building. So it doesn't match with what staff are hoping to accomplish with this 15-story building. So what this plan is, and I really want to make sure people understand, this plan is not the city looking to develop this land. This is not the city building buildings. This is the city concentrating the development as we anticipate development applications coming forward. This is a popular area. We know people want to live here, people want to build here, people want to shop here. And we heard from an agent for a developer tonight who's looking to build a taller building than what might be anticipated in this plan. So a secondary plan gives protection to those lower density areas and concentrates that higher density development towards those major arteries. And I'm glad Deputy Mayor Morgan also brought up the improvements that are scheduled for Fanshawe and Richmond. It has been a long time coming. I think our entire last term of council and part of this term has been slowly going through the process. There had to be an environmental assessment. Those things take time. We're getting ready to actually make those improvements now. I recognize that traffic is a serious concern here, and I repeatedly make sure that staff are aware we need some kind of long-term plan for the traffic situation in the area. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. O'Hagan, I think I missed you. You wanted to make a comment or offer a place to send input to. I apologize for that. Is there something you wanted to let us know?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. I did just want to mention again to the public that this is an open application, and Ms. Wise is very happy to take any direct comments. We can organize meetings with your neighborhood associations or individually, and we're very happy to work through any public comments and public concerns as we move into this next phase of the process.
Thank you very much. And again, sorry I missed you. I'm not very good yet at picking up with the people who want to speak through the hands on the screen, so I apologize. I think the ward councilors, not to cut anybody off, but the ward councilors have done a very good job in stating where we go from here and where they are. And I certainly appreciate you attending tonight as chair. You've been very helpful as ward councilor, so thank you very much. And if I could just ask, that's not to say any other committee members can't speak, but are there any other comments before we move the recommendation, which is just to move the process forward? No, someone prepared to move that recommendation then? Councillor Hopkins, seconded by Councillor Lewis. Anything further? We'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
Thank you very much. Thank you, councillors for who aren't on the committee for attending. Very much appreciated. We'll now move on to the next item, which is on the agenda, which is the third report on the London Advisory Committee for Heritage. We did remove item 4.3, and one part of that was moved, but was ultimately defeated in that report. So I think we would move, receive and file the balance of that report. Moved by Councillor Hopkins, seconded by Councillor Lehman. Any comments? I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
The next matter is the second report of the Environmental and Ecological Planning Advisory Committee. Other than we can move to receive and file, I don't know if there's any other things we need to do with that. Some are prepared to do that. Councillor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Lehman. Once there any further, I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
As far as I know, there are no deferred matters or additional business, so I'll just be looking for a motion to adjourn. I just want to thank the committee. I know it's a late night, but we went through a lot of material in under 6 hours. I know that's a long time, but we did very well tonight, and I appreciate the support I got from the committee. So thank you, and thank you for prompting me when I forget things. Councillor Lewis is going to move adjournment. Councillor Hopkins is going to second it. How about just a hand vote, all yay? Again, thank you very much. Have a good evening.